Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just two spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, two spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, two spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, two spoon. Two spoon. You wanna get a news update, two spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Cool. Bese cool today. Cool today. Total spoon. Yes, information. Total spoon. Yes, Spoon television. Yes, Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Total spoon to get your information. Total spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just two spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, two spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, two spoon.
Oh, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Total spoon to get your information. Total spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today. This one you got today.
And of course, Abraham Kroma is watching tonight. Dennis S.K. Kake is also following Spoon Talk tonight via Spoon TV Live. Ambassador Prince Chris Jonathan is also watching tonight. Rufus T. Che, Beatrice Brooks is also following tonight. Buster Wilson as well as Alice Tagbedi Wise Do. Tagbedi Wise Do. Maria Sando Yenetu is also watching us from New York, Staten Island. Sayan Jala is watching as well as Solomon Smith, who's following us there from Plebo City, Maryland County. Osa James is watching us from Ban City, Nimba County. Vani Soni is watching us from Cardwell Bridge. Edwin Phillips is watching. Marian Torbert as well. Sekou Morris, Abraham Cooper is watching us from Nairobi, Kenya. Terry Kone is following us from Dupont Road. So wherever it is you're watching us from, those of you watching Spoon TV from all across the world, I'd love to say good evening from the nation's capital, Monrovia here in Liberia. For those of you listening to us all across the country, from Bapolu there to Lofa, Nimba, Bong, Grand Jita, Grand Cruz, Sino, Maryland, River G, Grand Bassa, River Cess, and all of the counties making up Liberia. This is Spoon Talk, Liberia's biggest, Liberia's premier talk show. You don't get it anywhere else like you do get it on Spoon Talk. That is the reason why when this theme song is blaring across speakers from 75 inches TV to 150 inches to smoking and getting button phone, to radios and the rest of the devices used to listen and monitor Spoon Talk all across, the world, including Liberia, then you get to know that indeed the Spoon Talk is a powerful talk. Good evening, Aaron Kuban. How are you?
Good evening, Diamond. Let me say good evening to our thousands of followers out there, those of you listening by the radio, and those of you following online. We'd like to say welcome, and it's great to be here tonight, partnering alongside you, on this Thursday's presentation of the program.
Yes, you look very executive, corporate Kuban.
Yes,
confirmation Kuban.
I actually dressed this way because I was going for I was expecting confirmation.
To be confirmed.
No, I was going to cover the confirmation.
I just heard that I was going for confirmation.
Yeah, so and then
a green letter.
I got no. Not yet. Not yet.
Your green letter loading.
Yeah. You know when you say not yet, meaning you are hopeful or something, but not anytime soon. I don't think so.
Why you not hopeful that you can
because
come on.
proximity,
Make it happy for you.
proximity and other things.
Yeah. You can't proximity now.
Yeah.
When you go le Louis Vuitton or Hugo Boss suit today. It's a proximity.
So that one, after I wrote a code for confirmation hearing, then I went at the Capitol building, saw something different out the other way, sneakers, jeans, trousers, and t-shirt. Because
was
what
it
I
too
went
late to go and change.
what I saw today, it was not a coat suit, affairs. Yeah, it was actually maybe a face cap, a t-shirt, a sneakers, and a jeans.
Dress for the field kind of.
Yeah, because
attire.
it was, like a marathon. Up steps and down steps continuously with staffers of the Liberian Senate protesting and demanding their arrears in extra sitting benefits. And so it was just back and forth. It ended up to 6 p.m. this evening. So,
okay. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But you can assess that you're an energetic young man. Yeah.
For one, it's
not nothing for you. Play football and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm a very good number 2.
So you got stamina.
Yeah.
Don't you?
I got stamina. They didn't do nothing, but the only thing I noticed was that
You're not breathing good.
yeah, I'm not breathing too well.
and then I got stamina. You're not breathing good. Yeah, but we go to trending issues. We'll open the phone lines. Our folks are going to tell us what's on their minds. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join the show. Tonight's show promises to be fiery as always. The Spoon Talk is going to be bringing you first-hand information as always. And that's the reason this show is the number 1 in the entire country. Before we go to trending issues, let me wish my brother a happy birthday. Samuel King Slanger. Today is your birthday, the 4th of January. We wish you all the best. Best wishes to you.
Happy birthday.
Enjoying your day. Happy birthday to you, senior man. Yeah, affectionately known as SK. Yeah, but let's go to the trending issues. You know, I love Liberian Talks. You know that the new Eugene Fagon show? 2017, 2016, 2017. Liberian Talk.
Okay.
That's the show that launched Eugene Fagon politically in Liberia.
Liberian Talk.
But the show, you know what happened to the show? The show did political transfer.
But
it was for ALP.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the show, it was Eugene Fagon and Ashford Galley. Liberian Talk. It was on Love It. It was on LIB 24.
Yeah.
In the station, they had their own pack dealings, Then the show transferred. I done the show over ALP.
Yeah.
I done Eugene Fagon started with the whole cartel, the bourgeoisies and all that kind of stuff. The cartel stuff. You know the story. Then the show took a transfer. It went to the CDC angle.
Or the scene.
Liberian Talk.
Scene presenters.
Yeah. No, they're Ashford Drap.
Oh, okay.
Then was Eugene Fagon and Robert Hens, who's the current, director of the Press and Public Affairs Bureau at the House of Representatives. Yeah. So you see how they showed, it took political transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New inclusion, everything.
Yeah, and stuff like that. Yeah, but not the issue. The reason I thought of Liberian Talk was, I said I love Liberian Talks. Like, kya iye baby. You know what kya iye baby mean?
Kya iye baby.
Yeah, when I say kya iye baby.
Yeah, I mean someone who maybe like your child or someone who you take to be your child or someone who is in your cycle, not having that expectation that, they will do something, terrible or something legal against you. And then they take the action. For instance, if you are a confidant of someone, expecting that person will be lenient with you at all times. And then the person, out of a serious anger, the person have a serious outburst against you, take a serious administrative decision or maybe legal action against you after knowing that person is your confidant.
That explain the thing. I know how you
yeah. So in that case, it's
baby. Yeah.
Someone who you know to be your confidant.
But our revolution carry
Revolution carry
Yeah.
Maybe there are people who launch a revolution this morning that is
revolution carry But they want to stick to carry your own baby. So this morning I'm sitting by myself minding my own business. Then someone sent me a picture on WhatsApp, so I decided to open the picture, and that picture contained a writ of arrest for popular radio talk show host Sekou Sheriff. So this is the rate, and the plaintiff is Maweni Dix, the current commerce minister, and the defendant is Sekou Sheriff. Herein are the charges, and it's before the statutory magistrate at the Monrovia City Court. The charges included here in this rate: criminal coercion, harassment, blackmailing, and disorderly conduct. So, baby.
Yeah.
You know, Sekou, as up to real time, was preaching the CDC's message.
Yeah, Josh,
and heralding top officials within the CDC, including the very commerce minister, Maweni Dix, and allies. But according to the rate here, he has caused, through his slander, according to the rate of arrest, through his slander and his blackmailing and all those other things, he has caused her serious injuries to her reputation, brought her to public, disrepute. And even to the extent, according to the rate, he provided her personal phone number to the public, allegedly encouraging people to call up and tell her all kinds of foul words and all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
So the commerce minister now said, you my own baby, but I'll eat you.
So carry your own baby.
So right then now, that guy own baby, drag a baby to court. So as to when he will be appearing, this is the rate of arrest. This is actually a rate of arrest that sheriffs within the bailiwicks of the Republic of Liberia that will come across Sekou Sheriff, they should arrest him and bring a living body before the statutory magistrate. Call the woman clean clothes. Wait, what is the clean clothes criminal?
Quote unquote.
Yeah, like why in the rate?
Clean clothes
criminal. You know, when you get your complaint, they can tell you to state what it is, and they can be talking it, and they can be writing it down. So these are some of the things that are included in the rate. With purpose, the defendant with purpose and intent to injure the private prosecutrix in her character and subject her to public ridicule, hatred. Say the people, many people to hate the woman, hatred, and to impair her credit, credit our character.
Yeah.
To cause damage to her character. Yeah. Business repute, knowingly and intentionally took to the social media as well as a talk show and accused the private prosecutress of being a plain clothes criminal, CCC. Plain clothes criminal. Who has received money from foreign companies in the name of contributing same to the government. That the defendant, between the period mentioned above, used the social media to injure private prosecutor character on diverse occasions, sending posts and text messages constantly to the private prosecutor with the intent to create annoyance and alarm or recklessly creating a risk thereof. On the 4th day of January 2024, during the day, use the airwaves, which means that today, use the airwaves.
Okay, the 4th day of January,
which is today. And on a talk show to further injure private prosecutors, has been a criminal and released her private number to the public, inviting them to further ridicule her and subject her to hatred. This act by your defendant being criminal, illegal, and unconstitutional, the crime mentioned above, defendant did not commit, defendant did do and commit, hence the rate of arrest. So
to the sheriff,
to all sheriffs,
so call a woman clean clothes criminal.
CCC,
that she took money from investors.
From companies.
Says
she will use it for the common purpose, but then she, siphon
the
money for private use.
And what I saw he posted was about the campaign that she solicited the money to finance a campaign from those people that you mentioned in the raid, and that she siphoned the money. She took the money for personal use, and
yeah,
there was some.
a big word. She collected the money allegedly, according to Sekou Sherif, that the commerce minister allegedly, collected the money that was meant for investment of the government, other thing and thing.
Yeah, and then she took the money, didn't give it, and he alleging that people after the election, some people are expressing their anger, and their angers are being misdirected. They believe that someone within the CDC, like Sekou Sherif, them, they believe that someone within the CDC,
or
people within the CDC are responsible for the defeat of President George Weah
selectively. President Weah himself said the same.
He himself said that. So they are going after those people they believe caused the defeat of President Weah. And Marwin Dees is one person who they believe, or he believes, caused the defeat of President Weah. So he alleging that some of the money meant for campaigning given to Marwin Dees allegedly, was clear in his words by her. And so it's just more the anger they are expressing. Somebody will come out and say, okay, is this other person that caused the defeat because he was not speaking to people in the community? He was not, greeting people each time he gets out of the fence. He does not do anything.
Says, I should be careful with the words I'm using, or I'll be indicted. I'm reading from a rate.
Yeah.
And these are the exact words within the rate. Hence, I read the entire rate. So, what is written is what I'm reading. Yeah. The rate says, Sekou Sherif, according to the rate didn't even say allegedly, says he called. So now there's a case of going to court, to defend himself.
I saw a video of Sekou Sherif being interviewed in the compound of the court, Temple of Justice. I can't confirm as to whether he was responding to the rate.
I've been calling him back.
I can't confirm whether he was responding to the rate. But I saw a video of him being interviewed. When I was watching that video, actually, somebody else was on the radio, so I could not play the audio. But I just saw that a few minutes ago.
All right, so let's leave that whole issue of cat eating your own baby. Whether they will settle it or the court, they will come to some settlement or whatever it is. Whether it's just blowing off steam from the commerce minister's own angle of trying to diffuse the situation and putting a lid on it. Let's move to another issue. You said why you wore your kosu and you wanted to change it.
Again, I can say that early this morning I wore my kosu thinking that we would have had the opportunity to cover the confirmation hearings. There were 2 confirmation hearings scheduled for today. At 10 o'clock this morning, we expected the confirmation hearing of our Associate Justice Designate Frank Musa Dean. And then at 2 p.m., we expected Samura Pizel Wolokoli for the Commissioner General of the Library Revenue Authority. But when we got on the grounds of the Capitol building, we met a roadblock. Most of the senators have parked their vehicles just approaching the main wings of the Senate and had to disembark from their vehicle and walk into the building because there was a roadblock blocking the entire wings of the Labyrinth Senate. Now, when you enter the main compound of the Capitol building compound, there are 2 wings. You use the right wing to go to the right side of the Capitol building is the House's wing, and then on the left is the Senate's wing. Now, so on the left side was completely blocked by staffers of the Labyrinth Senate. They were demanding, according to them, their arrears owned them by the Labyrinth Senate. According to them, for 2 times the president called for extension. The first 10 days, and second another 10 days. And so the president had not paid them, or the Labyrinth Senate for which they, they work for, had not paid them their just benefit in arrears. And so because of that, there will be no session on that day, which was today. There will be no session, and also there will be no confirmation hearing. And so Charles Brown and other guys. Charles Brown, who is regularly, in the lead when these things are happening at the Capitol building, because he's the head of the Senate Staffers Association, protested. They blocked the main entrance to the building. At some point in time, the president of the Liberian Senate, Vice President Joe Howard Taylor, arrived there, and she was prevented from using that site. She had to get down. She disembarked her vehicle and walked in the that one. Let me just make it one simple. They almost walk in the grass. You know the big feed.
Yeah.
Yes, the big feed right in front of the flagpole. She had to dodge the area. She did not make a comment. Did not speak to the guards. Did not avail herself to listen to their plot. Why exactly were they blocking the roads? So she went into the building, and then later on, the guards, according to them, they got information that the confirmation hearing was ongoing, which later turned out to be untrue. They then ran upstairs, and that's where the code began hard now, because we had to be running after them. So they ran upstairs, tried to enter one of the conference rooms. The conference room was blocked, and then later on, the proton came in, and that place got open, but the press was not allowed at the time to enter in that conference room. So it was believed that there was something going on in that conference room.
Something going on?
Later on, we entered the place, and the only senator we saw there was Joseph Jala. And so we decided to quit the proton, and we told him that the staffers were alleging that the confirmation hearing was taking place behind closed door. And he said no. All of the questions that we posed to him, especially the allegations that the prerequisite of them receiving this morning that the staffers were agitating for is for the confirmation of these two individuals, Samura Wolokoli and Frank Musa Dean. If they were to be confirmed before the morning come, the president denied the allegation. He said it's their benefit, and they cannot be described as a bribe. And so that was contradictory on my part, questioning him on that aspect. And so it was just back and forth today. It continued up to the evening hours, when even the Ways, Means, and Finance Committee chair, Senator Maurice Setoma, was booed and chased out of the building.
Again?
Yes,
but
because
election finished now. Why are they still booing Senator?
I think
election finished. He lost. He's still carrying the booing team.
I don't know whether he's just carrying it anywhere. So he was booed by the staffers because according to them, he was in the building when all of the senators are gone. Later on, we discovered a parked vehicle, a Jeep with a diplomatic license plate guest. I just can't remember the number, but it had the inscription, the guest. The diplomatic vehicle with those guests, a GEST. And so it was parked. We got information that Samura Wolokoli was stay around the Capitol building. And then we went around that vehicle, tried to go live, and then the vehicle drove out.
Y'all wanted to go live, the vehicle, drove away.
Yeah.
Is it a white Land Cruiser Jeep?
The white Land Cruiser Jeep. Drove away. I think I have that video in the chat room there. And so the man drove away. We did not confirm as to whether Samura Wolokoli was actually in that Jeep. But what baffled all his light is that why was he at the place at that time? Up to 5 p.m. was when we noticed that vehicle was parked there. And so that was the entire thing today. It was so very much a scene of attraction. It was a scene of ups and downs with the guys blocking the entire. At a particular point, the chairman on Ways, Means, and Finance, Maurice Setoma, took his file, and he was going into the chamber of the Liberian Senate to conduct the hearing because it was his own turn. After the first hearing ended in dialogue, it could not be held. And so
let's lay this out.
Yeah.
So the first hearing this morning, which was scheduled, was that of Associate Justice Designate Councilor Frank Musa Dean, who is currently the Justice Minister and Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia.
Yes.
A stay order was issued. And though the Senate Secretary has said it's not going to stop them from functioning, but they have to go to the Supreme Court,
it's a citation according to him.
And go to the conference and give reason as to why there was no procedural error to answer to the rate from the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. Was that the reason why there was no confirmation hearing for Councilor Frank Musa Dean, or because of the protest that was ongoing that stopped him? from being confirmed? Which of the two?
Now, there was report that the marshals of the Supreme Court was seen around the Capitol building today. But when we posed that question to the Secretary of the Liberian Senate, Nomolo Semwe, he said uh, that could not stop the hearing from ongoing, but because of the tension in the building, that's why the confirmation hearing did not take place. We also gathered that the senators would have had the hearing if there were no protests today, because that was just a citation, though they were told to stop and they were cited. But he listened to Senator Dillon last evening that it is a constitutional matter. They are a separate branch of government and they cannot be stopped from carrying on their function by another branch of the government.
So
And
my
so
question
the
is,
Secretary of the Senate also made
and
similar argument.
I didn't get the opportunity to ask Senator Dillon that question, but when it comes to procedures, when it comes to the Constitution being upheld, you have to follow certain guidelines, to uphold a certain constitutional statute
Yeah.
or what is written in the Constitution. So if the Supreme Court says, look, we're not stopping your constitutional mandate, we want to know whether the procedure was followed. So come and give reason, because the Supreme Court is to uphold and interpret, the laws. So how come that is not a thing that has got to be the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, when the Supreme Court can, even presidential matters, listen to and see if procedures were followed, if the Constitution was actually upheld through bylaws and whatever laws that there is to the Constitution. So that's my question I really wanted to ask. But one of the panelists did ask that question, and he said, oh, well, if that, then they'll have to go and say why that procedure was followed or not, or whether or not it was followed for them to do their job. So just end up on that, and I'll tell you what I also experienced today, just adjacent to you, on the grounds of the Temple of Justice.
Yeah, so both hearings, just to wrap up, both hearings were not held. They were stopped from taking place because of the protest continued up to 6 p.m. The protest had to detour. He had to use the back of the Capitol building before leaving, because even the protest did not have the opportunity to burst through the barricade that the guys set up in front of the wings of the Liberian Senate. And so all of the senators that left the place lastly had to use the back of the building. And so they have already also threatened, just an update, that the guys have threatened to continue their protests tomorrow. They've threatened that by 6 a.m. tomorrow they will be there. And we're hoping that we can also be there too, to follow up on the developments from there. They're going to continue until they are paid. One of the clarifications they made was that they are not protesting to prevent the Liberian Senate from carrying on the confirmation hearings of the two nominees, but rather it's because they need their benefit, and that the legislature is going to dissolve this session on the 9th of this month. And if the session is dissolved, who pays them? What do they get for the overtime that they describe it as overtime that they're working for? And so they will need their money before any session go on. And so they remain firm to that they will not allow any session to take place, or even a confirmation hearing to take place, until their monies are paid. So,
Okay. All right. Let me bring on Dwalu and Dr. Richardson. Let me say good evening to you guys, and good afternoon to you guys there. Dr. Richardson, the yellow looks great. Dwalu, I say the flare look correct behind you too.
Look at. I got your call today, Diamond, so I think things are under control pretty soon. You know what I'm talking about. Mr. Aaron, you did a great job today, man. I followed the whole thing. It was a good thing. People got to get paid. They need their money. People work, men have to get paid. And I think the guys at the legislature are just doing what they have to do. It's taking so long. Dr. Francine, before we get into this topic, let me recognize some of our people here. And then we can begin talking, man. Aaron, you did a great job. I mean, you're not scared, what's that?
no. the protest said be responsible, or else he will punish me. I don't know how.
Oh, why is that?
Yeah, it's in the audio. He said, when I asked him that we get information that the confirmation hearing is taking place behind closed door, and usually the media needs to be there, he said, you got to be responsible, or else I will punish you. I don't know why he meant.
You'll be all right.
When he said he will punish me. But
No,
Yeah,
but I mean,
that's it. What
that's
would
the
you?
job. Sometimes we forget the role of the press in our society. I think about Roosevelt, who said this. He said, even though I hate the guts of the press at times, but it plays such pivotal role in our society that we cannot live without them. This is how important their role is, because they set a balance in the society. We must set that balance, and it's a tough job, even though it's a thankless job in Liberia, where someone reporting you're doing, people making millions in developed country. I'm beginning, you're taking a little bit,
Yeah.
but it's part of the deal. Hopefully, we can get there someday. Let me recognize some of our people here in the area, and thanks today for the job. It's an excellent job. I see my brother Charles J.S. Young, Amy Cummins. How are you, Amy? Moses Dube, how are you doing? Cyril Lumen, Elizabeth Matu Tubman White, Marie Johnson, Osumani Obeba, how are you doing? Peter Glay, how you doing, Mr. Glay? Over here, I see Patrick Sima, I see Paul Flomo, I see Melvin Tia, Mr. Melvin Tia, how are you? Over here, I see Jenna Ricks, I see Josh Day, I see Alu English Senior, I see Yawala Jala. How you doing, Yawala? How's everything, my mom? I see Cecilia Seyu, I see A.O. White, I see Margaret Early, Samuel C. Gatte. Mr. Gatte, how are you doing? Arbor Brown, Mr. Brown, Mary Chien, Mary, over here, I see Gaiba, C. Jalo Claire, how are you doing? Charles Ping, over here, Darlington Bande. I see Alex, went too fast, Alex, I didn't get you. Anthony Tiash, Ibrahim Salif, Eric Ingonen, Mr. Ingonen, how are you doing? Over here, I see Prince Godson Cully, Jackson Moore Dumore, Emmanuel GC, Lapu Ziga. Hi, Lapu, what's going on, mama? I see Seth Joseph, Tommy King, Maha Kong, Sam Dobson. Over here, Robertson Zua, Mr. Zua, how you doing? Weeks, Cliffus, Aaron Kennedy. I see Serena Copa Boer. I see Melvin Gabi. I see Robin Sale, Ophelia Duncan, Victoria G. Townsend, Robert Hill. Everybody, man, you're welcome to the show. It is Liberia. We talk Liberia all day. And Dr. Francine, I used to run a show every single Sunday, and I would discuss various topics. It was actually a relay across 7 counties in Liberia on Shatta FM. And one of the topics that I discussed in the past was the contrast between excellence and mediocrity. And I want us to talk briefly about it today before the guys come here. It is easy, people, for instance, Damen can read and write. Damen, and then let's say Mr. X can also read and write. But there are degrees in reading and writing. Okay, and when I'm not talking about formal degree as the one you get from college, I'm talking about a degree that you got a professional writer and you get somebody who can just write a simple letter, right? So in Liberia, in many instances, we do not define the distinction between mediocrity and excellence. That the first thing can do the job to me, you try hard. But then we are expecting excellence to manifest itself, even though we are not seeking excellence. How are we going to produce or get the kind of results we want in society if we're settling for mediocrity, but yet and still expecting the results of excellence? And by the way, guys, if you're listening to the episodes out there, it's called The Contrast Between Mediocrity and Excellence. I think you go on Facebook, you're typing Mr. Dwalu message to the legatees of Liberia, you actually able to pop up. And you get a whole hour presentation that I did. Dr. Francine.
Dwalu, I think you answered your first question. We cannot expect mediocrity if we are looking for excellence. I don't know how would you expect that if you're looking for excellence? In a way to measure what you're looking for is to have a cross line, have expectation. That's why they have job responsibilities, or I have a syllabus in my class that I have expectations for students, and beyond the expectations, because there are people who meet your expectations on paper, they can do that. Mm-hmm. But then there are students who are able to integrate and utilize outside knowledge, world knowledge, personal experiences. They bring all of that to the job or to the classroom, and they're able to integrate that information into the information that you're giving them. To me, I believe in my field now, because that is an example of how how I separate between excellence and mediocrity, or even below excellence, whatever comes below that. Your ability to critical think is so important to me. That I just don't want you to copy and paste anything from me. Copy and paste to me is mediocrity, because it's not really your work. This is why plagiarism is so huge in this country, in an academic sphere, because we really want people to be able to think things out. Okay, don't just give me what the textbooks say. By the time you reach to a certain level in school, in college, you shouldn't just be. In fact, in high school, you shouldn't just be able to tell me what the textbook says. Go beyond that. Okay. And it shouldn't be because I'm asking you to go beyond that, or because it's a job requirements. It's because you want to excel. You want to strive for excellence at all times. And there's somebody talking about you, so you laughing, huh?
Yeah, that. Hi, Gambi, how you doing?
Yeah. So,
but Doc, I mean,
yeah.
you're hitting the point. The thing is, somebody say, well, define mediocrity and define excellence. Hopefully you pull up the episode, but I'll just give you a miniature version of what I call mediocrity and the contrast between excellence. When I think about excellence, I'm thinking about somebody who has burned the midnight candle. You've committed something to getting something, right? You cannot be excellent at mathematics if you don't commit the time. You cannot be excellent at chemistry, physics, whatever the course may be, or in life itself. So whatever you're going to get to become excellent, it takes a long time and you have to be committed to it. Now, by contrast, mediocrity, you're doing the bare minimum, okay, just to get to the cross of the table. And this is what happened with bare minimum. If you do a bare minimum for a very long period of time, it becomes your standard. So your standard of cooking cassava lee, maybe it's a bare minimum. Somebody else's standard for cassava lee is much more excellent. So in terms of excellence, what happens is excellent gets you more results. Mediocrity, most of the time, make things remain the same. The reason why I brought up this topic is I've heard argument. People say, oh, that's a friend saying you'll get a woman to join to the woman rank campaign. No matter whether she prepare or not, it's here, try the person too. And there's a catch-22 there. If you want the system to remain as is, continue to do the same thing. Mr. Cummings, I mean, literally articulated this repeatedly. What was his favorite word? Doing the same thing and expecting the different result, right? So he said that a tons of time. Now, let me push a little bit more. To attain certain levels in a developed society, even in Liberia, even though we didn't get stand up, because in Liberia, we catapult people beyond their station without them doing the work. That is extremely dangerous. Let me explain this a little bit more. You take Mr. Z from the village. He's a teen nothing. Because Mr. Z lives with you, you make him your representative. So you're catapulting Mr. Z above his station. There are stations in life. There is a higher hierarchical structure to life. If you catapult him beyond his station, he cannot produce. He's going to be mediocre at best, but he's going to be far below. So the contrast is somebody is more prepared. They pursue excellence, 10,000 hours to get to your expertise level. And a person who's not committed nothing, who have sacrificed nothing, and you expect this person to produce in that same capacity, you're going to get nothing. At the highest level will be mediocrity. That's the contrast between excellence and mediocrity that I'm talking about, Dr. Francine.
You on point. Well, great explanation and great definition of the difference between the two. Yeah.
Well, let's dig a little bit deeper there, because I was watching. Yes, I love Liberian social issues. I was watching this thing today where it's funny, but we were going to discuss it because we still believe in this superstition stuff, right? This guy does prank videos in Liberia. So he put his money in this rare handkerchief. And he put it in his pocket, got on the motorbike. And when the guy dropped him off, I believe maybe the Tupa Road Junction, he took the rare envelope and he went around the hair 3 times, opened the handkerchief and took the $200 and paid the guy. The guy refused to accept this. He said, well, because to him that are witchcraft. This man has done something. Now, I'm saying this to say how we think in the country will determine how we move up as a society. Now, let me say this disclaimer. I'm not challenging witchcraft. I'm not challenging anybody. I'm saying the way we think in our society. If you did that in Stockholm, Sweden, nobody going to give a hoot about you. They will take the money and keep moving. They're not even going to think about it. They're not going to dream about it. In Liberia, the guy was afraid to take the money. There was a whole thing going on. I would say in Liberia, there was flour. The man said you can't hold the money because you don't hold the money, not witchcraft money. I'm talking about, I want you to get into the Liberian psyche a little bit, Dr. Francine. What's going on with our psyche that we think in that fashion? When a baby dies, it's witchcraft. When a mother dies in childbirth, somebody wish her. If a husband no longer wants to see his wife, or wife doesn't want to see his husband, somebody's getting in between with wizardry, or I don't know, witchcraft. How do you respond to that?
So that is a very interesting concept, because no matter what we say about it, somebody will feel offended. So let me just put that disclaimer out there. Somebody will say that we are belittling their culture or their belief system. So you will practice what you believe, and sometimes your belief can limit your potential. Let me put it that way. Okay. If I'm supposed to get $200 and that $200 will help me grow my business, and I believe that this man putting this money around his head 3 times, and I don't know the reason why he's doing it, I'm actually prescribing a reason to it instead of asking him. All right. Therefore, I'm preventing myself from getting that $200 to increase my earning or to help me do what I want to do. So that's his belief system. But there's other people in the world who would ask this man, if I don't believe you believe in your witchcraft and I don't believe in your witchcraft, so you are most likely going to be bounded by a witchcraft, not me. Okay, I would take the $200 and do what it's supposed to do for me. But again, people, we were talking about thinking process. If you find simple ways to find your answers to things, as opposed to asking what, when, who, how, whom, how is it going to affect me, then, it will limit you finding simple ways. So the simple solution this man wanted to engage in was like, oh, witchcraft. That's a simple answer. I'm not accepting that money, witchcraft. It's very easy, to categorize, because cultural to categorize the answer in that area. But when you to ask, my man, why are you putting that thing right here like that?
Yeah.
Well, you think you want me to get my money? That what you doing it for? I pay you.
Give me how much some more.
Give me my money back. And I have to work. I work. I don't care. You can put that thing right 50 times.
Let me. I won't dig you small. I won't go a little bit deeper. This is the thing, though, guys. This is a prank video that I described. This is not in Liberia. When we cannot explain something, I'm restricting this to Liberia. I know that Africa. That's not my focus. My focus is Liberia, guys. In Liberia, when we cannot explain something, let me say this: most things in the world, I'm saying most, I explain by science. But in Liberia, what we do it, we don't want to get answers to questions. And because we are so lazy intellectually or in any other form, we attribute things to wizardry or witchcraft. I'll give you an example. If a bunch of people living in the house in Liberia, they use lead pin. You know, ever seen them pin house in Liberia? There will be no mosquito in the house for not 2 weeks.
But lead pin is bad.
It's extremely bad, extremely dangerous. I think it's been made illegal in this country since the 1970s, right?
Correct.
Okay, they still use this lead pin in Liberia. Very, very strong. I'm saying this to say this. And just by you and myself, because we know this now, we know this is a dangerous thing, right? It affects the children from the age of 0 to 5. They're most vulnerable when the house has lead in it. In Liberia, for example, when people living in a house or drinking certain well water and everybody getting sick, people, they won't think first say there's something going on. There was wish in this house. And at the best, they would try and leave the house and go somewhere else, not recognizing that this water is actually affecting them. Maybe right up the street, but they're still using our well water. And all people going to get sick. Yes, the question, why don't we? I mean, I'm not expecting the entire country all the way in the interior to understand this, but especially those of us in the cities now, to understand there are certain things you're going to school that can be explained by science. And we don't look to science, but the first thing we look to is wizardry, or a woman flying on a broom, or you know, Dr. Francine look at me that kind of way. She won't eat my baby. Why do we immediately gravitate towards that?
So as we're talking to Alu, there's three things that came to my mind. One, fear. Okay. Many of us are just afraid, and that comes from how you were raised, how your parents, brought you up. The second thing is just low self-esteem. People who have a little bit of higher self-esteem tend to challenge information and are not afraid of what results they have as answer they have from the information. The second thing is education again. So if your belief system, if you got your first generation, second generation, live in a house and thought that I will wish in a house, that's how you grew up. That was the education that you were exposed to. That's the belief system you were exposed to. Until you get outside and start seeing how other people live, then maybe you might question how your belief system was set up. But there are people who we call fixated. Okay, there's a word in psychology that we use called fixation by Freud. Sigmund Freud was the one who actually brought that word up. Who, because of what is happening, the chemistry in the brain. Because trust me, we always ask which came first. Is it the chicken or the egg? All right, is it nature versus nurture?
Correct.
That's an ongoing discussion we always ask. So sometimes in that nature versus nurture affect the wiring in your brain. Correct. Believe it or not, people don't believe this, but it does.
It does. Yeah.
Now, if you get sad for maybe 2 days, I would check your blood system or your hormones in your body. I bet I will see a lot of cortisol, which is the stress hormone in your body. Okay, yeah. So if your belief system is set in that forever, ever, your wiring is changed. So even if we take you out of that environment, sometimes we have to work at unpeeling what you learned, on doing what you learned. And there's some people who are able to are very easily adjustable. A lot of us who had other exposure in the beginning, sometimes you didn't, see things the way that it should have been seen in the West. But then you learn, you start to ask questions, okay? And then your wiring got changed too. So that's the issue of fear. A lot of people are fearful, all right? They rather have simple answers to things, either witchcraft or some religious, and I'm not marking religion as well. Religion's answer, low self-esteem, I don't want to challenge anything, or either their belief system or education. So those three things is sort of what comes to mind.
Yeah, but you see, here's the thing though. I agree, guys. I understand. We all Africans. We've heard these things our entire lives. Nobody's suggesting or challenging anything. These are topics we discuss to bring more awareness to our population. We have some people in America, I've seen social media pages where you see women fighting to say, oh, she thinks she's in America, we'll bring her back, right? And some people already believe this, that the person will take the picture from on Facebook and take it to a medicine man and bring her back. I always ask this question though. If you get all the medicine, how come the medicine people always look war? They don't look. Okay, I'll give you an example. One time I was sitting under my Palawa house, and the night before, somebody broke my car windshield, and the guy came, he put his beads around his foot. As he's walking, the beads is shaking, right? He had a chalk all over his face. He had a little boy behind him, and they walked toward my house. So, Woba. They said, they bust your car, we can make the person that bust your car, we can make them come here. We can make you see there again, they can come here. So I said, Babe, what going on, man? What you say you can do? He explained what he can do. So I said, Babe, what wrong? Say you get disappear medicine. Let's do this. Listen now, I don't really know laugh because so he say he can get disappear medicine, he got all kind of medicine. Babe, I'm interested in that disappear medicine. So we're sitting on the Palawa hall, and I was about to go to the store. I think I had like $1,200 with me. I took $100 and I put it on the Palawa hall. I said, if you can make the money disappear, you myself will talk. Because in my mind, with the way I was thinking, I will kind of Bank of America and with somebody in my hand. You know, like disappear? Because he said they got some kind of medicine people can lean against the wall, and then they will just disappear and get in the house. So I told him that medicine I want. So, we were laughing about it. But I'm saying to say this, if we have all this strength, why are we this poor? This is not a challenge to that, but why are we this poor? We got all this strength. Mr. Maxwell, welcome to the show, Dr. Francis. You can come in. I'll go to Maxwell next.
Thanks.
What I can say to you, that's an excellent question. You know what? I was very young when we had a teacher, Mr. Kensi, that came from Ghana. He came from Ghana during the war. Those were days when Liberia was, a place where people came from all over the world to our country to live because we had a great standard of living. And what he told us one time in the class, he said, "You guys, his Ghanaian accent. I'm going to try. You guys, you think you have all this medicine in your country? Every day, medicine, wish. South Africa has apartheid. Why can't you guys stop apartheid in South Africa?"
Thank you. And that's how I think about medicine.
I started to think, this was, I think I was in 5th, 6th grade. He used to teach us social study. This man challenging us, those Ghanaian professors used to be very tough. And I'm like, well, yeah, this man is right. We have apartheid in South Africa. Here it is. We had people's boycotting South African products and stuff. We could actually practice witchcraft. You're going to stop the white people from killing the black people and all of those things, and even in Liberia, we have our own type of apartheid in Liberia. I don't want to go into politics. Correct. We could have practiced that right there, So that's the answer.
I mean, when we were small, it ain't gonna kill me. A pastor, no man. I don't think it's more than money. When we were small, and this is true. This is one of the myths we believe. Dr. Francine, sorry, close the ear if you don't want to hear it. But this was something Max was fully aware of. This whether he denies it or not that he business. We used to chase the radio laser there.
Stop that.
Listen,
don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Might as well kill more than 700.
Go there. Don't go there.
I think that's a Morovia thing, and not a Boma thing.
No,
that's a Liberian thing. Don't go there. Once you say Rehe Lese with the one with blue body, don't go there. Stick out of it. Don't got taught no secret yet.
Oh God.
The poorest in the society is holding you in contempt. Be careful.
I will lead that one.
Y'all happen to really listen in Morovia because
we happen to there. But I will lead that topic. Everybody know what I mean.
I don't know where you're going with this.
The point is, we get certain beliefs. We get certain beliefs, and we believe those. And I'm not saying the beliefs are wrong.
That Donald man, a typical Liberian man. To the boom, Donald is typical Liberian to the boom.
I'm not saying the beliefs are wrong. But what I'm trying to say, we have these beliefs, and these beliefs are not benefiting us. What I want us to do is to up our intelligence quotient as a society. Let me get serious a little bit. When if Damon Roy here like this, and looking at a Rastafarian, there is a science to it, even though you cannot fully explain the science. But what I want to do is to find the answers behind our questions and not immediately attribute those questions or those inquisitions, what do you want to call them, to witchcraft. There are more to it. And I want us to think more. That's the whole point of the argument, guys. That's the whole point of the argument. And y'all leave me. I'll give it to you, Mr. Maxwell.
No, I mean, Dwalo is absolutely right. Dwalo, don't mind me. You're most welcome to talk about a Rehe Liz's story. So Liberian people understand.
You're not most welcome to talk about it.
But I've followed the conversation in the back, and you're absolutely right. There are so many things that are there that we in Liberia will have to understand about ourselves. Dr. Richardson said it, best. Our profound self-belief does have a major effect on how we perceive the world. And perception matters a lot. Without the change in perception, there can be no change in reality. Liberia is what it is today because we have served and we tend to benefit from the perception that we have created that has developed the reality we have today. The moment we change that perception, our reality. Bill Castle will beg you, please. That is it. Yeah. One thing I want to say is this: that we have to understand that how the issue of witchcraft intersect with our traditional spirituality and our cultural perspective. That's the key right there. our cultural perspective and our traditional spirituality has a major bearing on how we see ourselves in Liberia. You hear all the time when people use the word I'm a traditional man. They're not only talking about the traditional linguistic that they are used to, or the like traditional language that they output, right? They're also talking about their traditional understanding of their perception and how they tend to bring themselves to work with that perception. They're also talking about that. And in most cases, we can see it playing out in our society every day. And that's the key to that, what we're talking about. I just want to add to that.
Yeah, but Dr. Francio, other countries made the transition. Look, even though we talk about it now, I want to give a little brief history of Europe. I'm watching a series right now on the Japanese Civil War. They fought for 100 years, from the 1400 all the way to the end of the 1500s. It's a massive thing. It's like Netflix has a special on it. You check it out. It's a whole series of the Japanese history. You're talking about the daimyos and different sectors of Japan. But in Europe, the issue of wizardry and witchcraft was very rampant.
Yeah.
In fact, all the way up to the late 1700s here in Massachusetts, in America, they were still burning people at the stake for witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not just restricted to Africa. But the point what I'm making is they made a transition by the Enlightenment period, right? There was a period saying, you know what, wrong? If you accuse Dwalu of being a witch, if you cannot prove it, Dwalu will take you to court, you have to prove it. So there were times now, it became the issue of proof. So it limited the accusation of this person did this person did that. I want us to gravitate beyond the typical, not to forget our customs and our traditions, but to understand that there are explanations to certain things that focus on the Enlightenment period a little bit and just get out of this darkness that's continued to stagnate this country. Dr. Francine.
Well, you're so right. Yes, we've seen other countries make the transition from, just accusing somebody to having evidence for your accusation. I think that's a very important point to make. I and I'm going to talk about taboo subject, Dwalu, to make a point. Something that I see often. I think many of you know by now that I have a small practice, and in my practice, I see a lot of immigrants, and that's kind of what I'm known for in this area, to address immigrant issues. In Liberia and other parts of the world, but we're talking about Liberia here, the issue of going to the Sonic bush for women. So a lot of women come into my practice and they tell me that they were told as children, the reason why they went to the Sonic bush and they had certain things done to them, I will not be exactly explicit here, was because they were not going to grow up to like other men. They will only be with only one man only. And that issue has stuck with many women to their own detriment, I'm telling you, because number one, it causes low self-esteem for them. They don't like their own body. Number two, when they have children in this country, other medical staff members come in and see them as specimens because their body is so dismembered, disfigured. Number three, it makes them something that's supposed to be pleasurable to them. It makes them not wanting to do it. Or I've seen it on the spectrum. Some people become very promiscuous, which was it's something. It reminds me, and I want to make this analogy where when you smoke crack cocaine, you always chasing your first high. Yeah. So when you are mutilated and you have no feeling, you're always chasing that feeling to be of satisfaction. So so I've seen women who no interest, how they were brought up, women who are very promiscuous. So this whole idea that, they put these women in the Senate bush without their consent, because a lot of times these things happen around 6-7 years old. These girls are just there. And they're just taken there. They're not asked to. And they tell us the reason why, because you make a good wife or whatever, you'll be very good, you'll be a husband prize. And I'm hearing them tell me, no, it doesn't happen. And the backlash of this is when these men come to the United States, the women who they brought and who they believe in the practice of, making them extra special and good for the men, the men don't want them because they not see all these different movies. They're being exposed. They know how women are supposed to look. They don't want these women as well. And so these women come into my practice with a a whole lot of different emotional feelings go into it. So to tell you, and we go back to the idea of perception, okay? Perception. Here it is, they were told these things since they were 6 years old, and there's something going on with them in their body, and they don't know what and why. So now, you know, in this country, when you do such a thing like, you know, mutilate another woman, you better have proof to tell that you'll be a certain way when mutilate you. In fact, that's illegal to do here, although it still happens here.
Right.
You know,
it's a big case in Europe, actually, especially with the Arabs. They do that as well.
Correct.
So sometimes they will force the girls into that. But you know, for me, cultural norms, I accept it to the point where there will come a time we have to grow beyond that station. Before, that's how our grandparents lived. This was the custom, this was the tradition. But there are certain things you leave behind because it's no longer, it should not be present in modern times. I believe a woman should be given the right. Well, I'll grow up when she's 21 years old. She won't go to the group. When she go to the group without our business. By that time, at least she's making her own decision. But a child, I think, is crossing a major line. You know, a quick story. So one time, we went to Beaumont. Actually, my wife, my kid, my daughter just turned maybe 9 years old, and we were driving back, and one of her nieces was leaving the Grove Bush. So her internet stood in front of the car. And they said, oh, stop the car. I saw all the people there. Then she comes to the car. She said, but see, don't get BO that time for the go. I said, what kind of girl would you going to? Y'all going to burn our girl with that. I left the car from there. But it's a thing. And most of our people are getting away from that, with Dr. Frank saying. Yeah. And we want more of it. Stanton, welcome, Stanton. You are not here. Well, I know you guys from Mediocrity did something over there that we cannot mention. And we just want to welcome everybody. Damo, thank God he's seeing Oblivion.
Yeah, but by the way, the issue is that, get it straight, Dwadu. I was born in Ghanansville behind MTA. From 1975 to 1989, when the war hit. 1990, we left from Ghanansville and we went to Mercantile. And that's my life. So half of my stay in Liberia, Ghanansville, half in Mercantile. So everything you guys talking, I have experienced it. I know it.
What we're talking about? What you talking about?
You just want to see you to talk about that other thing. Why you trying?
No, what you talking about?
And you know, once he starts to talk, he will diverge it all. That boy.
I know the man alone killed 2,000 Ray Lacy.
No, you know the issue is that the only time you kill Ray Lacy to dry the hair and beat it and do this one to look for women is when you're not experienced player. The people player come to us. That's what I call boom burger. We had to go kill Ray Lazy to go look for Drew. Like y'all were killing Ray Lazy there. And you know, that the reason you want to excuse yourself from the conversation.
Just 1 year while the Ray Lazy for more than any other thing.
Yes, listen to me. I didn't know until you came on.
You didn't know. The Ray Lazy.
No, that's a nice.
They used to go in the old house there and go kill the people. The Ray Lacy just died for nothing. No man to be a Ray Lacy. You know.
So I just want to make a disclaimer here. So when people come to see a doctor, whether that medical doctor or psychologist, and when we speak about the population. Okay, we don't generalize. That's the population. So I'm not generalizing my conversation. So to those people who are upset about what I just spoke about, please note the reason why these people came to me because they had issue. There's a lot of people who are out there, you know, that maybe they're enjoying their life the way they are, which is great. I'm not making any kind of judgment call on any of our culture and traditional practice. If it works for you,
Dr. Richardson, you're right. You know, I'm not going to get into that out of the last part of the conversation. It's too cultural, or you know, oriented. There, I do not want to offend anyone. I'm not getting into it. To each his own. To each his own. But I want to come back to the Red Lazy Prince Maxwell. I'm sorry. I want to come back to the Red Lazy because I know Prince Maxwell and I kill over 300 Red Lazy. You know, but Prince Maxwell on the Red Lazy can only gain the white getting from Europe. Now they like Brent getting. So I don't know if they get Red Lazy in Europe. I know some of them in Florida though. Prince Maxwell went ahead, he killed one when he actually asked Fatima to kill one when she was in Florida recently. Fatima said, but why I killing one for?
Exactly.
I hope you coming on today to defend yourself.
No, to our audience, I'm not uncomfortable to talk about it. It's just that you need to understand that the conversation that we are having here are conversations that we all grew up with. These are conversations that are DNA oriented to every Liberian person that has grown up in Liberia, on Liberian soil. If you don't know about the Ray Lizzie story, whether you practice it or did not, at some point in your life, you may have come across it, or you may have encountered a Ray Lizzie and heard the story being narrated as a legend in Liberia. So this is things that we all went through. The Mami Wata story and all in Liberia, we all heard about it. The how you call it, the nightmare story. The nightmare story. We all heard about the nightmare story in Liberia. These are Kaka Kolo, exactly. We all heard about it. Living in the water, me and somebody in the water, jacket, all that thing. We all heard about all of those stories. So if you did not grow up in Liberia and you don't know about these kind of stories, the legend that exists in Liberia, folklores and stuff like that, you tend to not understand the nuances of Liberian society. Not necessarily happy, but sometimes they are simple stories. Like one of the biggest stories that I grew up with in Liberia is the story of Sparta. Sparta Nimi himself, how you call it, the all of us. Right?
When I went to the party.
Exactly.
But
so you see,
so Prince, you know about hide and seek, catch and clear, all that thing they know about it.
Hide and seek, catch and clear, everything we know about it. It's playing.
You know the best thing you do. The best thing you do, you play in the unfinished house. Where you need to go play a hide and seek.
All over Sudan.
The Sudan story, everything. Even in the 90s, when the first African movie from Ghana hit Liberia, in fact, Liberia was the first country that produced an African movie. So let me make it for the record. When the second African, yes. When the second African movie came out, it was called Diabolo. Diabolo hit Liberia. And believe it or not, that story it took Liberian consciousness because people already believed that such thing could happen. And then watching it on TV, it was crazy. So it shook Liberia at the foundation.
Jordan Butter, Musu the slap.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how Nigerian movie and Ghana movie became in Liberia. So these things are cognitively entrenched in our mindset.
We want to welcome everybody. Probably Eduardo didn't welcome his folks today, but we want to say thanks for joining us.
Stand up. Let me tell you what Papa did to me one day. Papa want me one day. Eh? We did some frisking there. I said, Papa said, you want to get home. You feel it today. So I went, I went to an SDA school. Every morning we got to go to the chapel to pray. We got to pray every single morning. And they say, anything you ask God for, God will give it to you. I integrate. I pray. But Papa don't forget. I'll pray. I'll pray, but Papa, I pray. I get home. When I got home, the Papa was arguing and forget. I said, but they pray well. We in the evening around 6 o'clock, I was sleeping. But then grandma, all these days, I forgot what he did today. They screwed their 1 minute out there. So all the things that you believe in, because I used to believe prayer to the point where that God would do it right there and there.
But there was a thing also in Liberia where you can put rock on your tongue. When we're growing up, and you say, "Oh man, I will forget." Not possible. They're not going to forget.
Yeah, but
Stand-on did that too.
No, I didn't do. No. I didn't believe in most of your stuff.
Prayers to work, by the way.
I didn't believe in most of your stuff. Pull rock on your tongue. Carry lazy to go get it. You just sit down. Do what you got to do. They're gonna come. But.
They
say you never use to point your finger at the hearse.
Yeah.
The hearse. If you carrying the body, you can point your finger. If you point your finger, it will get rotting.
There are many things, and these are the things that social scientists and deep thinking politicians use to understand our society. Use to crack our society. Actually,
how many people Emmy chasing that? She chasing Fagon, you, Steven Thompson.
that the tradition our people in Kwanu Bonu, Lofa Kante continue to maintain. To my Muslim brothers and sisters, we need 3 wives, each of us. That tradition must be all over Liberia. Tell that's how it's over.
Turn up fire you. Nobody.
You know what the other supposed to do, right? The men,
let's take a full amount of men on the show right now before the rest of the guys join us. How many of us on this show believe in more than one woman?
No, it's quantify that. You got to quantify.
May I ask my question back?
Quantify. I believe
how many of us on the show want to have more than one woman?
You see that difference?
Monogamy versus polygamy?
No, man. Let me make it simple. How many of us on the show, the men, want to have more than one wife?
No.
You want to? Dwalo?
I'll tell you the thing easy want to again. I'm an African man, easy wedding.
So I just want to say, like, so there's a topic usually that men always say, oh, women supposed to submit to their husband, they're supposed to submit every time.
I don't believe that topic. Sorry to interrupt you. I think that's nonsense. I think there will be no way. They say as church is the head of the church, so man is the head of the woman. I think most people misinterpreting that part of the scripture.
Thank you.
I do believe in religion. I do believe in the Bible, the principle of Christianity. But I disagree that a man should stay home and the woman will cook, clean the house, clean after the children, prepare the food. Let me finish, wash their feet and do everything and sit down. The woman bring the food, clear the plate. No, get your butt up, go get your own food, eat your food, cook if you can cook, and pamper your wife. There will be no way you will sit down and say, honey, and I come from work, where the food? Take the trash out, do this. No, that's nonsense. That doesn't make you a man. No, you cannot enslave the woman. The women have the right to their own strength. They bring forth a child into this world. They babysit that child. Take that child to daycare. The only thing you do is to go to work and come home and sit down. Then you sit down home, let the woman go to work. And you cook, you clean the house, you take care of the children, you go to the ball game, you go to the school, you go to PTA meeting, you do everything. And let the woman sit at home and be on the phone, on the computer. That's a nonsense. You are not a man, you're a coward, you're a lazy person. You do one job, you come and sit down and say that's it. No. The woman work, you cook, the woman cook. If you can't cook, the woman tired, go get Chinese food, you'll eat it. I own a way of cooking. Don't sit down there and enslave the woman and hide behind the church and say, as Christ is the head of the church, so the man is the head of the woman. If anybody say that to my daughter, I will chase you and you will not marry my daughter. Nonsense.
But don't worry, your daughter in the developed world. But man, that's not even applicable in the developed world. Any man who does that, marriage cannot work. But look,
usually I always tell anyone who says that to me or my daughters, or when I'm just hearing women tell me, I think that's another part of the scripture, and maybe you guys who know the scripture better can add to it. It says like, the man should love the wife as Christ loved the church, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So
you're right. And
Yeah,
God has come to love the church. Let me add this line, Maxwell, very quick. God has come to love the church to enslave the woman. No. God is not taking men more important than woman. When you have lazy pastor that choose to do nothing, they preach doctrine. Let's be fair. Let's help our fellow, let's help the females out there. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that men's strength and women's strength are not the same, of course.
Not the same.
But I would say this to you, man. Your woman going to work, she's doing the 9 to 5. You're doing the 9 to 5. But then just because you just do your 9 to 5, you can't sit at home and put your feet on the couch and lay back and watch Netflix or football game. Man, come on, man. Y'all take this show. Y'all take this topic away from me.
No, standard.
But seriously,
this conversation is a slippery slope conversation, and it's not a one size fits all conversation. A woman can be submissive to her man depending on the ability of a man to apply himself in his own home. For example, you're making a very good point. The man should not be working, coming home, and then just throw himself in the house and don't do nothing, right? He should be able to assist his wife. He's a helpmate to his wife.
It's not possible yet. I think we're wasting our time.
No, it's the generality I'm making, whether in Liberia, in the Western Congo, whatever the case might be. But then the subject matter of submit to your man or respect your man comes in. If the man is putting in that work, that honesty, that sincerity, that commitment, you only have one duty as a woman to respect your man, submit yourself to your man. Submitting means no, it's not. It doesn't go without saying. Some other people will end up pushing back. They'll end up being disrespectful. They'll end up being unappreciative to the man and the work that the man brings to bear in his own home. For example,
Master, can I interrupt you with the word that you use, submitting? The woman don't have to submit. There should always be an understanding. Do not say because no.
You're using the word semantics right now. It's semantics.
No, don't forget about the semantic BS. Let's be real to the Liberian people. You are saying that the woman.
No, that's what I'm saying. You are thinking what I'm saying.
But you just
what I'm saying is that submit is an actionable practice. Submit in the sense this is how it is. The woman has a responsibility in the home because two people when they come together is economical. They'll take care of each other. That is the principle. I take care of you, you take care of me. But I'm taking care of my responsibility as a man, and you are not taking care of yours. That's not submitting to me. That's not submitting yourself to the discussion and the agreement we've had. That the
woman, she does not have to submit herself to you. If you use that line to submit to the man, it's wrong.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Give me a chance now. You're not saying this thing 2-3 times.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said.
You will not change it.
No, that's not what I said.
But hold on, let me finish. Then you can correct me, please.
Okay, go
ahead. In our tradition and our cultural origin setting, we should understand that you don't want to tell Pape Flumo that let a woman submit to you. It will be that let a woman be your slave. You can complement each other. You should work. Oh, but brother, if that's not the same thing, let's be serious here on the show tonight.
I think we are looking too much in the air.
I would not tell my woman say. I would not tell my woman say submit to me.
No, Stanley, that's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is this. No, the point I'm making to you is this. The word submission becomes a central pillar. When two people come together, have an agreement. I will take care of you. I love you. I want to be with you. Blah, blah, blah. We'll make all of those talks when we meet on the first day. We are dating and everything else. In the process of dating and marriage or relationship, we are submitting ourselves to that agreement or to those discussions we've had. I will respect you. I will cherish you. I will appreciate you.
To the agreement.
But the agreement, the agreement is to me. So, for example, my submission to my woman will be: I'm never going to cheat on you. I'm never going to disrespect you. I'm always going to make you feel happy. I'm going to make you feel proud. That is me submitting myself to my woman based on the commitment of the discussion we've had. The idea of submission you're talking about is the man enter the house. Look, what's my food? Bring my food right now. I'm the man in this house. That is not the submission I'm talking about. That is not the submission I'm talking about.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm going to make this culture mad, right, Mr. Duadu?
Yeah.
Like the Nigerian man, Igwe don't come.
Yeah.
Then the woman dancing. Then they carry the man food, buying down to the man carrying the food. The man eating the buying down to collect the tray. Come on, guys.
No.
Come on.
Those are cultural differences. That's not a submission I'm talking about.
But again, let's go
around the horn.
Slippery slope conversation, the politics stuff like that.
Yeah, it's slippery slope. I gotta talk about own too because man, when you don't want to go around the horn, you talk for 30 seconds, you pass it. Okay. If you cannot make a point, your point is a vote.
Man, but you cooking your woman food, at least submitting to her.
Yeah, you want to. Let me ask you now. What is the preference on? Do you rather a man got 3 wives or got 3 side chicks?
Oh, Lord.
Well, for me, you asked a very good question.
Hey, we get to there.
Yeah, I believe, and this is not our conversation, guys. We got 4 more minutes to just talk tabata, and we get to our story today. For me, I think a man should have one single
One wife and 3 side chicks.
No side chick.
Okay.
Let me say this. Let me serious. Okay.
I'm asking questions differently. But where else there to
Let me say this. But wait now. But wait. So Duado, any ask me a question?
Sorry,
Yeah, let me drink some water and come back.
Let me state this for the record. Let me state this for the record to our audience.
Yeah.
I don't believe a woman should kneel down to a man and say that and consider that submission. I don't believe a man should walk through the door and say, "Where's my food? You need my food right now. I don't want to pay you rent for this house." I don't believe in that. That's what I believe in.
But let me answer Duado question. Duado.
Yeah, go ahead.
Duado.
Yeah.
With Madame just a shoulder away.
My own husband,
I will answer you faithfully. I do believe, for better or for worse, in sickness or in health, the death do us part. And so shall a man leave his father and his mother, and cleave unto his wife, not his wife.
See you to answer the one question you.
The man quoting the whole Bible. What's your own opinion? What's your own opinion? Not Bible.
I'm a Bible person.
The Bible says submit. The Bible says submit. You push it out of the door.
Let me.
And then you want to quote the same Bible.
Let me answer. And for better and for worse, in sickness and in health, the death do us part. And so shall a man leave his father and his mother and cleave unto his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. What the Lord has joined together, let no man put it asunder. I do believe that in everything, the man should have one, with no side chicks and no others. One.
The maternal talk.
I say answering your question.
I beg you. Let me just say something a minute. You know, there's a second time this question has been raised to the CEO, and whenever he answers, he can be looking over a restaurant. You can always preach.
Look, let me say this, Damo. I'm begging you, Damo. Look, the issue of submission to your husband is not the act of slavery. A man also must love his wife. Submission does not imply slavery of any kind.
No,
in the Western country, you don't even have that option. I don't even know when the last time I work in the morning, my wife worked second shift. So you kind of rotating. You gotta help that thing. You know, we have to improve a little bit, but there must
let me answer my own. You answer your own.
Answer your own.
So at the end of the day,
when you feel
my final answer is for everybody to go according to what God's word says. Okay, please. One person, one woman, and let's go into our politics. We got one more minute, maybe 30 seconds. Who is speaking? I mean, I dare you, Prince Master. Can I answer this question?
Which question?
You hear the question.
Which question?
One wife, 3 side chicks, or 3 wives?
No side chicks.
You asked the question. You asked the question and said, economically, it's impossible right now. I think it's psychologically doesn't make sense. It's economically impossible.
I mean, you live in Belgium. What? When you get Amsterdam, it's not in Belgium, right?
Of course it's not. It's in Netherlands,
right? So, but you can take train and go there, right?
It doesn't matter. What you imply? What you imply? Because implicit.
Submission to.
That already Lee. I beg you, Mama. I beg you, please give me 10 seconds. You are on one of the biggest platforms in the nation.
Yes.
What you be doing on the show is not fair. I will be frank with you.
Go ahead.
We will never ever encourage the form of
polygamy,
having 3 women, 4 women.
I'm not encouraging.
It is wrong.
It's a question.
We're not encouraged the form of you having side chicks. It is wrong. Some of us, we are married men. We get Dr. Richardson, who is married. You get Fatima, who is married. You get Prince Maxwell. Listen, I beg you, Mr. Duado, if you want to talk about all these things, then take your Sunday, do your Sunday evening podcast and talk about these things. We are very religious on the show. You will not come. No.
The man said it was straight face.
Yeah. I gotta tell this, brother. I've been waiting to tell you this for a long time. You will not come implicate us on.
Guilty by association.
Duado is stirring up the pot.
You cannot implicate us.
Why
in
is
this
Steven
thing
Johnson?
Because for almost 29 years, almost 29 years, my wife,
That has been a lingering question.
I know, and all that I have. You
Value.
will not put us in situation.
Questions are always ruffle
And you
feathers.
cannot do that.
To the ambassador. You gotta see you appreciate.
But
Bring it in.
Glenny, I see Glenny tapping. Glenny can't answer this question for us. But folks, you know,
A
this
little
is
bit of fun,
spoon
guys.
talk.
Steven Johnson, don't go hire yourself waiting for you to come on the show. Start laughing.
This is a spoon talk, and we have to do this, but it is wrong. It is totally wrong. I do not think we should grow up with that culture. Our fathers, mothers did it of the old. That was some all get brother and sister we don't know about. And it's wrong. It's true.
Yeah, man.
You get brother and sister you don't know about. Just out there in Liberia, you go there, you say, "Oh, you my brother? Yeah, I've been your brother a long time. Oh, yeah, you my brother." You know, let's try to set this good family life. Get 2-3 children. Let them go to school. Let them graduate from high school, from college, and you build a family.
5 minutes, Walu. It's way in between to me. Can't be that he's talking here.
Nah, man.
We'll discuss that submission tomorrow here because I know we're not discussing today, but that's a
because of you now.
Let's talk about it from a woman's perspective.
But because of you now, so the guy is scared to come on the show till we finish with the topic. All right, we'll finish with the topic. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that submission is the all way you're talking about, which we may have to bow down to their husbands. We may have to bring their food when they come in, but there's a newer version, which is the partnership. Okay, that you guys discuss issue together, you agree together, you do things together. But if anything short of that, that is forced relationship or forced slavery or something like that.
I mean, we should be careful because we need to distinguish that we're talking about abuse of submission, not submission, because submission can be based on the understanding of two parties, but it is highly likely that men or women can abuse that process of submission. Like for one simple example would be a man making sure he keeps the pride and dignity of his wife or his woman in place. That's submission. That is submission. That is a man submitting himself. I keep saying it over and over.
But what do you mean by a man making sure that the man responsible to keep his wife pride and dignity?
But see, that's it. Yes.
It's 5 o'clock. It's
10 o'clock. But not going outside.
We gotta go.
We'll talk about it later.
We gotta go. But I want to say thanks for joining us, Spawn. We got a lot to discuss today. I know Dwadu always put us in situation just to jam up, but we stand our ground. We remain strong, and we speak truth to power. I'm not going to listen to Dwadu. Guys, you got to be very careful to Dwadu. After he said all this, he run by in the corner and go cook his wife food, and he made up. All right. Today's very wonderful day, the 4th of January. We got a lot of stories coming up. Very important stories too. We going to talk about what happened at the Capitol building today, where you find there was no hearing had Musa Dane due to the stay order from the court and that of the protests at the Capitol building. Samara Wodokori actually will be discussing the way forward for them. But it's a scary time in our country. It's very concerning whether Musa Dane will be confirmed. With all the information we are receiving, most of the senators are bent on not confirming Samara Wodokori from our sources. Where are we? Let's talk about it. Also, let's also talk about the National Road Fund. The National Road Fund documents in my possession, like I told you yesterday, is very bad, very, very wicked, very concerning. Millions of dollars flew through the windows. And I also want us to talk about LRA, Liberia Revenue Agency. What's going on over there? The amount of money, not only the $26 million that went in breeze, a lot of other money is running through the windows. But I want to take you back about the Mill Jones, the poverty Ben Governor Mill Jones, the $10 million scam, to take folks out of poverty. What become of that money and who all were involved? Can they speak to it? $10 million were given to Mill Jones. You know who Mill Jones was for CBL. The ministers that were involved, we're going to ask some people to speak on it. I want us to touch a little bit on the clusters. Why are seditions part of the JPTT, Joseph Yemabwaka clusters? Why? In each ministries and agency, you found them. And those people that were charged, those people that were accused, you found them on the clusters. Is this the change we fought for? And finally, there's a situation I want to bring to your attention, which should be very, very interesting, folks. Get ready for this one. The guilty verdict that came down, Gloria Scott. The story is so big that we are receiving information that those folks were forced to come down with a guilty verdict. We are receiving information, and I will share with you guys, that the 12 jurors were forced to come down with a guilty verdict. This is spoon.
What?
This is spoon, yes. I want Liberians to listen. We not do our jokes, but this is the biggest story that we have. This is the biggest one, and I want Liberians to listen. If it is true that those people that were put in that room from August to the day the verdict came on in December, that they were coerced, that they were forced to come down with a guilty verdict, then our country is in a bad place. But we have the story for you. I want you to invite everybody. That's Wickedness. You read Glenn. Glenn, but come on the show. Where you at? Dr. Richie said, I know if you send it, I don't have a number. The Gloria Scott story is very big. Did they just lie on Gloria Scott? We need to speak on these things. We need to speak on it. Spoon is your network. Spoon is your station. We give you the news as we receive it. We do not filter it. Put it through the sifter and sifter it and take out good and bad. No. We just give it raw because that's how you like it. You know why? I think Stephen Johnson is hurrying to get home. Fagon will be joining us. El Remy Gray, Mame. Again, we're grateful to God for our brother Fadika, who is recovering well. Everybody. Fatima is working. She's not on tonight. Gibson is in Liberia. You've been asking for Gibson, but whenever he's ready, he will join us. But I want you to catch your attention on this Gloria Scott story. I've been keeping the story. I've been holding it. I've been working towards it because I want to give it at the best time, Duado. It is so important that, number one, we should find a way in which we can present this story. Because this story will make or break our judicial system if the allegations are true. I don't want to go ahead with this story. I want the people themselves to speak. So I want to give it to you, share our program, invite your brother and sister, and let's just understand what really happened. Why those folks came down with a guilty verdict. Did they do it by themselves? Were they under duress? You can use all the legal terms, but why? And let's just bring them in to explain. Who did they meet? Who met them from August to now? Who took away their cell phone? Who gave them strict instruction? Who threatened the family? You don't see nothing yet. Thank you for joining us, Paul. Baru, your take. That's the information for today, my brother.
Yeah, so many to swallow there. I don't even know where to begin, but this is what I would say to the Mususka verdict. I am not entirely privy to the details that led to the conviction. So this is what I'm going to say. I want to believe that the judicial system, they did what they have to do until something is proven to the contrary. I'm going to keep my position on that subject matter as it is. Here's another thing I'm going to say about what's happening in the country, from the Justice Ministry, what happened today at the legislature. A lot of people in Liberia have to wake up. But another thing I want to speak to Stanton, we covered that very briefly yesterday with Samara Wolokoli publishing what he said he gave the legislature. It gives an appearance of them taking a bribe. And this is bad for the country. If we don't establish a form of order in that country, I want people to understand something. The ramifications of President Weah's actions over the last 6 years, they're so far-reaching that we don't even know the depth of it yet. So it's a lot to uncover, but I would let my brother come in or Dr. Francine, but we here to talk about them, and this is what we need to educate the population. Hopefully our people can open their eyes and understand what's happening to them. Dr. Francine.
Yeah, a lot to cover, Dwalu, like you said. The Musadin story, I think yesterday we talked about the procedure errors that was made, and hopefully that will be corrected. And by the time, my wish is by the time it's corrected, it will be the next government will be in power and they can take charge and make better decisions for our country. But I kept on thinking last night after the show, why would George Weah want to make appointments now? And I'm left with that thought. Who would want to do that? You would think that anyone who's in the best interests of Liberians or Liberia, anyone who wants to see Liberia move forward, you would at least be thinking continuity and let the government go ahead. I mean, you had 6 years. We didn't see you shuffle your own government. But now it's the last, hour. Now you want to talk about, making appointments. So I'm sure you guys have the answer to that. Maybe you can help me. It's interesting what's happening within the transitional team. I hope what we're hearing and seeing is not what is to come. All right. I've asked for a public press relation person who will at least be able to tell us the truth. I don't think we've seen that. So far, we're just basing a lot of our thoughts on, they say. But I think Stanton said he has some valid points that the people who are some of the people, or very few members of the transitional team were guilty of something in the past. Should they be on the team? And that's a good question if we're trying to move forward. Lastly, this Gloria Scott case is so interesting because I know a week before the case, I remember, the whole issue of the telephone call going to somebody else and the record of the phone call going to somebody else. And I thought that was going to be explored more. Maybe it was. I was in the courtroom. But I'm hearing now the next day we heard that she's guilty. Something I like to do is I would like for the jurors, at least a few of them, to come here and tell us the rationale for the way in which they found her guilty. What was the rationale? What was the moment for them? Number two, I want us to also explore our juror system. I don't know how we go about selecting jurors. Is it comparable to other systems? But it would be good for us to know how are these people selected to be on the case. It seems to me other parts of the world with such a popular case, what they would do is they would try to sequester the jurors so that it won't be exposed to information about the case that will influence the decision. Or they would try in Monrovia, I think in Liberia, I think they try to go to another county. So I don't know why. What was the decision? Maybe they did this before. The decision that was made to keep the case in Monrovia instead of going to another county. And I just want to know how are they selected? That's all. But that's it. Oh, one thing about Samora Kali. I got a chance. I don't know, something prompted me to go on the page. I think that was Finance Ministry page to read about him because I knew we're coming here today. Anytime a doctor put a doctor and PhD at the same time in one line, you know something's fishy going on. We don't do that. Okay, it's either you use a doctor or you use PhD or PsyD. That's it. We all know it won't go to school and you're a real doctor. Well, I won't say the rest of the word that I want to say, but yes, you don't say Dr. Francine Dolly and then PhD after it or PSYD after it or MD after. You don't say Dr. Stanton Witherspoon and then put MD after it. You never even see that. So I just want to put that out there.
Well, I mean, the issues in Liberia is just, they're getting louder and louder by the day. I will start from the Unity Party. The rumors going around concerning the list, the suspected or speculated list of those that will be appointed in certain positions. I think there's a list floating around speculating. I will hope that the Unity Party PR team will take that list on to clarify to Liberian people so as to give the president-elect the time to properly present his team to the people. It's bad to have such speculation out there without any valid reason. So I hope that they are working on that. The second thing is on the Gloria Moses, former Chief Justice Gloria Moses Scott case and verdict. I don't think I'm going to hurt my head on this case, and I will anchor myself in the same way as Dwalu has. I have limited information on this case, and it's a case of law. But what I do know is this: if it comes out that Honorable Moses Scott verdict was wrongly rendered, I'm sure the president of the Republic of Liberia, whoever that president will be, has an awesome power to pardon. So for that matter, I'm not very worried about it. I'm only worried about the fact that it is going to damage the reputation of Honorable Gloria Moses Scott and her family, and it's already damaging her own mental health, finances, and time. So on that case, I'm not very worried about it because it's going to serve out itself in the future. As it pertains to the courts of Liberia, I've made my position very clear on that. Liberia is no longer in a, we've gravitated from the era of post-war justice. We should be rendering justice now. We should figure out how to empower our courts and our jury system, as Dr. Chinwe rightly put it, and the capacity of the court so as to be able to provide justice for our people when there needs to be. Is very important because it's part of the strengthening of our democracy and our own civilization in Liberia. When it comes to the issue of the LRA, I've always made my position clear. In 2 of our sessions now, I made my position clear. The issue of the LRA is an issue, to me, in my thinking and my perspective, the issue of national security. You need someone who has and understands the president's financial or public finance policy in order to be in such a position. I think the idea of President Weah appointing Samora Wolokoli to such a position is definitely seen as trying to tie or chain the Bouaka administration's public financial management policies and revenue generation mechanism so as to enable his domestic policy to thrive. I think it's a setup, and I hope that the senators that will be involved in this will see it from that perspective and be able to question and properly articulate the matter there is. I think that area should be given to the current president so as to enable him to raise the domestic revenue that he needs to support his developmental agenda and the budget in that direction. I think that Liberians are trying their best to usher themselves in this coming inauguration week that's ahead of us. We are all very happy about it. We are all very pleased about it. We've passed the Christmas and we passed the New Year peacefully, even though we have people that have died, and my prayers and my heart and my prayer go out to the families that are bereaved and to those who are in GFK right now suffering the pain of the burn. But we know that Liberia is now beginning on the right path, going in the right direction.
We're doing all our
move forward.
Intro.
Thank you. I'm already finished, my man. I'm already finished.
No, I'm kind of concerned when you say intro. I try so it'll be only 30 seconds, but Stephen Johnson and Prince Maxwell can go for 5 minutes. But who am I to say something when these 2 master degrees holders, speaking? I have to be quiet. Who am I? Who am I? But Glenny want to come on the show, then she get that background again and make her look like she.
I just want to say, shout out to Liberians in Wells Fargo, North Dakota. They like the conversation. Like, I had a lot of feedback. They like the conversation about the degree. Then apparently they say you should keep talking about the degree holders. Like, if your one is not working for you, if the other one working for you. Somebody told me said they laughed so hard when they heard us talk about that.
I ain't gonna get myself in trouble with people with degree based no. Yeah, but if you get one degree and it's not working, okay, I agree. You get your first bachelor degree. We all made that mistake out of high school. We take something that actually we just don't know the heck what we are talking about or what we're going, because we see our friends doing it, we decide to do it. Right? You took that degree, you ran with it. It wasn't good for you. You're not making money. Then you went to the second degree. Guess what happened? That second degree should be a good one because you're almost in your 35, 40. You got long to go. But then we get a man get doctor degree in law, doctor degree in science, doctor degree in religion. What the hell are you having all the degree for? You're wasting our time. Thank you for having those degrees, man. But I just think that you're wasting my time. Then you get doctor degree in environmental study, doctor degree in astronomy, doctor degree in going to space. Get the hell out of here, go live in space. Don't you're not part of this earth. But I'm not demeaning the education, but I'm just kind of like
Stanton, where I am when I was doing my master degree, it wasn't joke. Then talk about having two doctorate degrees.
No.
Listen, no, Stanton, it's not joke. I saw
degree in foreign study. That would be the next foreign minister.
I saw somebody resume 2 doctorate degrees. The first thing I asked myself is, how do they manage that? Because
we agree.
I meant Fargo, North Dakota, and that's
how.
Sorry.
2 doctorate degrees in the space of how many years?
West Fargo, so you call West Fargo name. Maxwell.
Exactly.
Thank you for all your many doctorate degree. Get them all. We'll stay where we are.
I want more doctorate degree, my man.
If you are not making the money out of what you went to school for those years and all the money you spend, then I don't think educationally you make a wise decision, because you must earn from your first degree, your second degree. You must be comfortable. Then at your leisure time, you say, no, I ain't doing nothing for 18, 20 years. Well, let me just do something. 2 years when I hurt, 3 years when I hurt. But you cannot be doing that and you say eating dry bread with Momoy. Then you want to go back to the library and go work and get $5,000 and steal the people money. Oh, I didn't say that. Welcome, Sister Glenny.
But Stanley, you gotta also understand too, most of them are getting a plenty degree. They get work inside that degree here, but I in library and go to 110 minutes.
No, I just noticed. I talked to somebody in Fargo today. They were happy with the show. They said a lot of people listen to the show and they were happy when we're talking about degree business. They like that joke, So I just wanted to say that. And I misspoke when I said, well.
No, but Stanton, I mean, it seems doctorate takes a long time. How did President William manage 3 of them in a span of 6 years?
Hold on 1 minute. I better call Carrasco. You might ask him. You might ask Carrasco. They might get everything from Florida, but But I want to say welcome to the show, Glenny Jones. Are you with us?
I'm here.
Glenny Jones or Glenny Jane? What's the
Juniors.
Glenny Juniors. Welcome to the show, Mike Glenny. Good
but I'm not a genius and I don't have a master's degree.
I don't believe you.
God bless you for what you have.
Keep it, yeah, man. Keep it, yeah.
Thank you.
But again, folks, let's get into this conversation. We can now say and we can now announce that we are speaking to 2 of the jurors that were on the case. Those folks that found Gloria Scott guilty and the rest of them, all of them guilty. I want to get your full attention because this is huge. This is very serious. I know we're going to talk about the Mossadegh, the Samara Wodo issues and what took place today at the Capitol building, what took place from Temple of Justice, the state order on Mossadegh. We'll talk about LRA, the National Road Fund and Public Work. We'll talk about other issues concerning the country. But there's nothing bigger than what we're about to tell you. That the case concerning Gloria Scott, it is concerning internationally because she was found guilty. She and the rest of the three were found guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. When I was approached, I can say this to you. When I was approached, my phone rang, and one of the individual that sat on the bench as juror, that individual explained to me that from August of 2023 to December, who approached them, where they picked them up from, questions they were asked, where they kept them, things they took from them, what they told them, and all of these information I have in my possession. And then I asked, I said, why were you on the case? And they said, we were taken. Who did you meet? They called names, who they met. And one of those names they called was Jefferson Koji, met them, probably on service occasion. And then I asked, are you willing to speak to the nation? Are you willing to speak? The first thing they said, my safety and the safety of my family are paramount concern. That, of course, we do agree. I want to speak to the Gloria Scott lawyers. I want to speak to human rights lawyers and those that listen to Spoon Network. If you can guarantee the safety of those folks, wherever they are, I asking you, I can give you their location. I can ask you to meet them, and I can ask you to listen to them because it is concerning and you want to hear what they have to say. What I have gathered, they were coerced, they were threatened to come up with a guilty verdict, and they are willing to speak. This is Spoon Network, folks. God have blessed our station to be the people's station. And we'll do everything we can to bring those individuals on. But we are asking you, wherever they may be in this world, we are asking you, please provide the safety. Please guarantee the safety. And I think whether the incoming government or the outgoing government want to know, they should guarantee the safety of those individuals because the decision they took to find Gloria Scott guilty, it is concerning and the world needs to hear. So, Eduardo, when you say you are not privileged to the information, those individuals are ready to speak.
Yeah.
But we cannot bring them on camera.
Yeah.
Because their safety is of concern. I really want, and I shared this with Eugene Lamy Fagon. We had a long conversation. He's coming on the show. We have a long conversation today. I want to say to everyone, they spoke to me. They are willing to come on camera to speak. They started the jury process, guys, with 50 members. 2 left. I'm saying it because if the judge is listening, if the lawyers are listening, they will confirm what I'm about to tell you as part of the story. They started with 15. Since August, 2 left. They came to 13. 1 person left because of some reason I'm not going to say. And they came down to 12. They came down to 12. They gave them court names and numbers. I have the name of not all of them, but some of them. And I'm giving you this breaking information because I want the guarantee from the lawyers, from Frank Musadin, and I'm going to call him, he's the justice minister from the Supreme Court, Chief Justice, the guarantee from the bar, the guarantee from civil society that they can protect these individuals. We will bring them on camera and they will testify as to what they went through from August to December. I want to hear from you, Mr. Eduardo, Dr. Richardson, and Glennie.
Lord Stanton, even though initially I'll say I'm not privy to the details, I'm going to say this. This is the implication of this conviction. If you convicted on Councilor Scott and you convicted 3 additional people along with her for this murder, the implication here is this is premeditated. That's the implication. That does not jive with the details of the case where there was a fight and people got cut, there's blood everywhere. When it comes to premeditation, in most instances, it doesn't happen that way. So that's a lot to be spoken about there. Now, once again, my brother Coach's name is mentioned. Somebody wrote on this thread, Coach is a very dangerous man. And I'm going to say this. I don't want to believe Koji is dangerous. Koji may be dangerous to the extent that he has the security arms of the state to help him do whatever he does. I think Koji by himself individually would not be dangerous if that is the case. I don't know whether Koji understands that his name being implicated in almost every serious violent case is a serious problem. And this young man has a long life ahead of him. But whether he understands this or whether it's true or not, like I say, I cannot decipher this. But by the same token, if your name being mentioned every single time in serious cases, that is an issue. That is an issue. And I'm talking about your PR arm. You are the mayor of the city. You hold a very important role. Why would your name be associated with, literally the hooligans? I'm not going to label the young man. I understand people can say he's ruthless. I'm not going to label him, but I will say this. It is not okay for your name to be associated in that fashion. But if cases like this are going to the Supreme Court, and let Dr. Francine say initially, this serious case, the jury should have basically questioned. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't do that. Why would anybody be able to get to the jury? This is a poor country. If you guys remember some time back, Honorable John Malou mentioned on the show, there are, and I'm not saying this to be condescending, I'm saying this so we can improve the system. There are certain cases, certain jurors will not just understand, especially with these typical financial cases. So when you put them there, they are going to come out with a verdict without fully understanding the consequences of the decision of that verdict. So when you're putting people on the jury, they have to understand what they're dealing with. These cases are serious cases, especially with the justice. But Stanton, right now where I stand, there's a lot of questions to be asked, and it is disturbing to find out this is the case so far.
But I will tell you this, even before Dr. Richardson come in, folks, I'm not yet a kid. I'm not playing with you. With this story, as a matter of fact, we're going to stick on this story. We'll make all other stories to be second. I have documented in my possession the court number, the date they received the jury information, the letter they received. The individuals want to speak because they are angry. I'm calling on the senators. I can share this information with them. They must protect these individuals. Office of Jury Management, First Judicial Circuit Court, Moserado County, Jury Summer, 7/10/2023, and the code number is there. I'm reading directly from what this individual received, from what they sent me. I'm not going to do it because the code number is there. I don't want them to know which one. As per the code number, they are telling me who they met. They are saying that you have been selected as a prospective juror for the August AD 2023 terms of court. You are required under law to attend jury orientation and complete a jury data sheet as follows. I am reading this issue. They put the person's name and the address, and I'm saying to everyone, I challenge the system with this information in our possession. Somebody must step up tonight. Somebody must ask questions that they can take these individuals in and protect them. Human rights organization, the United States, we have also sent some complaint and we have sent some of this information. They are on the way to the American embassy that they can intervene. But I'm asking for the Gloria Scott lawyers to pick up the phone tonight and call. I'm asking for the human rights lawyers to pick up the phone and call. I'm asking for Unity Party. This woman served that party. Some of the representatives should be able to call. I'm asking for the Joshua government to intervene. This is a serious issue, and this needs serious redress. Dr. Richardson,
So I don't know a lot of the details of the
if you
case.
can.
I'm sure that we're going to hear it. But given the high profile nature of this case, I expected us to at least get it right. But again, we're speaking about our own country. There's three things, Stanton, I think you said in so many ways that I'd like to speak about. The human rights issue. I mean, if this woman was wrongly accused, she's been, and the people who were with her, imagine how we have abused her by putting her in prison, by humiliating her, by labeling her, by doing all these unnecessary, cruel, unusual things to her. And it's not good for our country, because keep in mind that the United States does a report on human rights abuse around the world every year. And if it is true that our justice system was, interrupted or what, that means that most likely we'll find ourselves on the human rights report again, which is not good for our country in terms of security, in terms of tourism, in terms of the economic of the country. Second thing is the sanction listing. I mean, the sanction list is related to financial and human rights. So those who are responsible for, tinting the juror system or trying to buy jurors, you will be added again if your name is not already there, or we will make sure that, you'll be talked about, that your place in society should be known to the rest of the world, that you're the kind of person who exploit the juror system perhaps for your own benefit. There's a reason why they have the concept in our Constitution, juror of your peer. And so we hope that a good juror system that consisted of Mrs. Scott's peer, who understood, Dwallu spoke to this, who understood the nature of the case, the reason why she was there, not motivated by money or anything. Maybe that's why they're talking now, but I wish they would have said something earlier. All right. I wish they would have called alarm on this matter. And anywhere else in the world, I think we'll have some time to speak. And last I would say, anywhere else in the world, we'll have some time to speak about jury duty. I mean, I was on a jury duty before I was elected. That's how most places select jurors. I don't know how it's done in our country. I think somebody said that people who are just around the courthouse, I've heard this before, and I don't know how true it is, that if you're around the courthouse, you get selected, but it's not necessarily the way the process that some people make sure that it occurs in other countries for it to be fair. So I just want to stop there. Hopefully I'm interested in learning more about this case.
Thank you very much. Let's get to our sister Glendy.
So the Gloria Scott case is one that I'm very passionate about. And I have unilaterally continued to share her picture every week because I don't believe the story. Gloria Scott and my father work in the Supreme Court of Liberia. My father was an associate justice. I know her personally. I call her Auntie Gloria. I communicate with her even now. There's a lady that goes there every week, takes message. I send stuff for her. I don't believe that this crime was committed by her. What is so disheartening for me is to hear this today, and we all know, and her son Yao was even able to get a foreign pathologist that came to Liberia, did an autopsy. There were reports that they shared with the Liberian government, and they just tossed it to the side. And then this is the thing, is like when Dr. Richardson is saying our name will come up again continuously, because when we know better, we don't do better. So if you have a foreign pathologist that have come, not saying that whoever we have in Liberia, pathologist is not as equipped and occurring with the facts or whatever it is, but it's like if you have people coming and they're checking, they're doing forensic stuff, and they're checking and say this did not happen according to the narrative we have, you want to be able to pay attention to it. And that was not done. It was like we heard about the pathologist, we heard about the DC of the result, and then within 3 days, we hear that she has a guilty verdict. And now we're hearing this. So we know. We that are connected with Gloria Scott and know what the family is doing, what her son has been doing, we know that this case in turn will turn. And it's kind of sad that you have the justice minister again, who may be occurrent to all of these facts, but allowed it to happen. And you have Supreme Court justices, knowing that this one was a former Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. Not saying that Shalom Musu doesn't deserve justice, but if it is true, let it be done correctly. So I am not surprised at the story center. This is something that we've been hearing, we've been talking. The jurors were paid. There was another lawyer that was used to pay them. They were paid. But all of these stories will come up now, and I'm glad that Spoon TV is an outlet for this story, that they're able to connect with Center to be able to talk about it, because this says a lot about the judicial system in our country. And every Liberian should be embarrassed by this story today. To hear it come out, they should be embarrassed. So there's more to the story. There's more that's coming out. There's a whole team that's been working on this case. And for at least for the 2 jurors or 3 that have come up now and said, this is what we went through, there's more to the story. And I think if there are lawyers out there listening, for whatever it's worth, for the name of Liberia, they should be able to speak up. Like you said, it's rather that they speak up, they do whatever they can now than to be embarrassed globally by this story, because it's embarrassing. So I'm very passionate about this story. Without a doubt, I don't believe that she did it. And I know that the government hands will have something to do with the story. And it's kind of sad that even there are 4 of them in jail, and one and her aunt can't even see. She's blind. And she's in jail, all 4 of them, for the crime that they commit.
I'm going to say this, before Maxwell come in, I've been working on this story since she was arrested, since they were arrested. And as Fagon, I've been giving Fagon help on this story. But at some point I went quiet, because I can say to the nation tonight, I know Gloria Scott. I have said this on the show before. Gloria Scott, little brother Peter Muson, we went to the nursing school together, a good friend of mine. Gloria Scott had a good relationship with my father when my father was alive practicing. I'm not saying she's guilty or she's not guilty. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying justice needs to be done to all. Before I bring in Prince Maxwell and Eugene Fagon, we've been working on this story till one day I received information that things never seem to be that so correct to Wadu. And to your surprise, Gloria Scott was asking for fan. The place was hot like hell. She and the group asking for fan. I went through some people. We provided the funds. We raised some money quietly, not on the show. And we bought fan. She was asking for some kind of food to eat. We cannot say all. But when I received the story today, the first person I called was this man, Eugene Fagon. I said, it's scary. Let me share this with you. We have to dig deeper. I have the story. I spoke to the individuals. They are willing to talk. I'm not going to put them and the family in trouble tonight. I begged them. I said, wherever you can go, please go. And don't say nothing. Fagon was on the phone. I asked the question I needed to ask. And he said, for me to convince you, CEO, that I'm one of them, let me send you all my documents. And I said, which document? And they began to send me the document. I had to just black this thing up. Like you can see this. We had to black under there. That's the code for the individual. We had to black it up because they gave every one of them code. On the other side, I say address. We have to black it up. This is one of the document, judicial branch. I have to show this thing, folks. And what he told me, I left my office and I came home trembling. I said, damn, this is pure wickedness in high places. Because of the code, the different numbers on this document, I have to cut this letter short. I will show you the bottom one, I black the lower portion out. Thank God they took picture and they are willing to speak. But who dare to listen to them, Fagon? You have been selected as a prospective juror for the August AD 2022 term of court. You are required under the law to attend jury orientation and complete jury data sheet as follows. Look at the date, Friday, July 20, 2023, 10 a.m. It's right in the seal. Pen, one passport, photo, voter registration card, blah, blah, blah. Please bring it. We have so many documents. But my question to you, this is your network. We bless God for you, fellow Liberians. You come here to get the news. We laugh about Red Lazy. We laugh about different things. But one matter of national concern is about to come forth. Reach out to your senators, your representatives, reach out to your lawyers, who is now willing to take and protect those individuals that are willing to speak. Which one of the civil society group willing? They want to talk. They're willing to talk. They're begging to talk. They said Jefferson Koji visited them so many times. Lawyers visited them so many times. Is it jury temporary? Come and talk to us, Prince Maxwell. Let's go to fight God. Because every day if we don't sleep, this brother called me like almost 3 o'clock this morning. And I was shaking. I said, my man, what's going on? He disturbed with his own problem. News reaching him. We cannot solve Liberian problem all by ourselves, folks. You got to help us. The good lawyers out there, they got to speak now. I have the document. We have the individuals. All they're asking for protection. Can you get up down to protect them? Talk to us, Maxwell.
Stanton, it's come to a point where we have to challenge our legal community in Liberia. We have to challenge them. On the issue of Madam Scott, I can't help to wonder, under George Weah administration, Cabinet Janet, an associate justice, was chased out of the Supreme Court. Now, under George Weah, the former Supreme Court justice is put in prison. This is not a coincidence. I'm beginning to think about it's not a coincidence. Something is behind this. And as long as it is, we need to investigate even deeper. So many people can come on this network and vouch for the pristine character of former Chief Justice, Madam Gloria Scott. And to see her being placed and formed as a caricature for people to laugh at and mock and belittle, something is not right in the country. Today is a sad day for Liberia, for us to see one of our most high leader being treated as such. And our legal minds in the country are just sitting back and watching. That has to change. I know Fagon has much information on this particular story than I do, but I would really, really want for our legal minds to come on Spoon TV to be able to talk more about the case of Honorable Gloria Scott, because it is a case in history. And if we do not speak to that, it has the propensity of happening again. And this time around may not be her, it may be someone else. There will be their family, their mothers, their father, and their daughters. So we need to figure out how to talk to anybody who's a lawyer out there and listening and have the urge, and you have the urge to come. Contact Stanton. Come and speak to it. Bring the law to bear. Let us understand what is really happening in Honorable Gloria Scott case, so that like ordinary Liberians who are out there can be able to understand it for us. As Glendy trying to make sure that we understand from at least from a personal perspective, who is she? Because we have to humanize her too. This case is dehumanizing her. We have to humanize the lady because she's worked for Liberia, honestly. She's done things for Liberia that history will always remember. We cannot take away her humanity. We cannot take away her rights. We cannot take away the things she's done for Liberia and act as if she's some thief and we can just roll down the black carpet and treat any way possible. No, we need to stop that. And George Weah needs to start going after people in Liberia. He needs to stop using the legal system to go after people in Liberia. It's not the first time, second time, or third time people have seen this. It has to stop.
Folks, if you're joining us in the radio line, this is Spoon Talk. You can find us on Super, Spoon, and Fabric TV on Facebook. You can also find us by way of the radio. As you all know, this is Spoon Network, Spoon FM. We are live. We just invite you every day to join us. This is what you get your news. I mean, find us on YouTube. This is the best thing we can do. Fabric 101.1, Punch FM. Thank God to our brother Patrick Honda 106.7, Super FM 95.5, and Spoon FM 107.5 with all our relays. We have so many documents. As I'm speaking to you, thank God that this gentleman took note. We are in possession of his notepad. We are in possession of all the documents. I want to bring in Fagon as I got to black out, some of the very sensitive information and show you what I need to show you tonight. Honorable Fagon.
Thank you. It's good to be on vacation here. And I say vacation here because all of you look like people I've just seen for the first time. Glendy, how you doing? When I'm angry, that's when I try to add a little spice to kind of calm my anger, because you can tell that I'm angry. You guys may not know that Glendy father, my dad, Mr. Freeman, all of them were from the old field, the Swankamo community. My dad lived opposite Glendy, then house on the other side. We all come from the same community. Her dad, former associate justice, a complete judicial luminary of the highest order. So even if she did not study law, trust me, Junior's Bayoka daughter knows some law. I listened to Maxwell speak. I said, but Maxwell not talk for 10 minutes. For me, Liberians listening to me out there, I want to read. Because I want to use the Constitution rather than my opinion. And that doesn't mean I don't admire all of you. You guys are brilliant. You know that. But I want to say something to Koji, President Weah, and others. Because in a bid to free themselves, they are torturing families. And they are rendering justice in an evil way. And I want to read for them Article 21 that will form the basis of my debate. In Article 21 of the Liberian Constitution, H, to be specific, Article 21H as in-house. It says, and I quote, or I read, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or infamous crime, except in cases of impeachment, cases arising in the armed forces, and petty offenses, unless upon indictment by a grand jury. And in this case, I would like to pause there and say, yes, Gloria Scott had a grand jury. And in all such cases, the Constitution continues. And in all such cases, the accused, which means Gloria Scott and her group, shall have the right to speedy, public, and impartial trial by a jury of the vicinity. Today we learned that they didn't go to Broadway or anywhere around there. They were in ghettos way on the other side, picking up people. Now, it continues. Unless such person with appropriate understanding, as in the case of Gloria Scott, who has appropriate understanding, expressly, meaning they say it, expressly waive the right to a jury trial. In this case, they did not waive their right. It continues. In all criminal cases, as in this case, the accused shall have the right to be represented by counsel of his choice. It happened. It continued to say, to confront witnesses against him and to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor. We want to believe to a certain extent that happened. Now, this is where I want to deal with George Weah, Jefferson Koji, and the rest of the crew. It continues to say, he shall not be compelled to furnish evidence against himself, and he shall be presumed innocent. Stanton. He shall be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. Underline what I'm going to say. Is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. They didn't say any reasonable doubt. They didn't say some reasonable doubt. They said prove beyond a. The professor here sitting, Dr. Chinaway. When you say a, that one thing, beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning they're only looking for one that is reasonable. No person shall be subject to double jeopardy. That means you can't try them twice. So, if one juror says this person is not guilty, it raises doubt. But this doubt is clear and further proving by jurors now coming up and telling us that they were tampered with. If they were tampered with, Dwalu, as smart as you are, does that not raise a doubt as to the impartiality of this trial? Does that not raise a doubt as to the motive of the indictment? Does that not raise the doubt, jury tampering, that they were handled in ways that did not conform to our judicial practice? This Constitution says, and we now know that 3 jurors are now confessing that they were tampered with, that they were coerced, that they were threatened. It raises that small a doubt. A doubt. And if one person, I will understand. If 2 persons, I will try to understand. But if 3 who found her guilty now says, we did it because of this, and a 4th one says, I just said she's not guilty, there is a doubt. And this Constitution, Article 21H, second to the last sentence, is clear. That he shall not be compelled to furnish evidence against himself, and he shall be presumed innocent until the contrary is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Meaning one, a reasonable doubt. And it didn't say you must prove a reasonable. They say you should prove beyond, Glendy. Meaning you can't stop there. You got to go beyond that reasonable doubt. Here we are tonight. The jurors are ready to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They were coerced. They were psychologically and mentally tortured. They were threatened. And they had to go back to their family. They were instructed to find her guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have to be instructed to find a person guilty, that, my friend Darlu, as I turn over to you, is reasonable doubt. And nothing can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that has a reasonable doubt. I respectfully submit.
I agree. Dr. Francine, I don't know if you've spoken on the subject.
Yeah, I did. But, something I wanted to add about tampering with the juror, what it does to the public trust and the legal system as a whole.
Yes.
If I'm going to get paid to render a verdict, then what's the use of me wanting to seek justice? If we hear the jurors are being paid to be swayed to render a verdict, why would I want to go to court? Why would someone, if I'm an abused woman or a woman whose justice have been taken away from, why would I want to go through our justice system? And again, somebody pointed out, let's note who is the Minister of Justice. Okay, I think it's important to note that.
Yes.
I had a question, and maybe if anybody here can speak about that. At the time the case was going on, Mr. Facon, did the court system know that the jurors had objected, at least one person, which would speak to your argument that they didn't prove beyond reasonable doubt? If one person objected to the manner in which the rest of the jurors were thinking, do you know that? Do we know that, or anybody can speak to this?
Well, okay, let me say this. In a jury trial, it's just like saying, okay, majority, it's just on the Supreme Court bench.
I know
there
that,
are people. But in the case of a jury trial, they said that the evidence should be compelling. That's one. But equally so, they want you to prove beyond.
Yes. But I'm saying, my question, did you hear my question? I'm wondering.
Yeah. If that one person somehow created a doubt by saying she's not guilty.
Yes.
But equally so, you have to understand, 11 others said that she's guilty. So the one person cannot overturn the verdict of the 11. However, if there is a doubt,
that's what I'm trying to say. You cannot overturn a verdict, but you have created a doubt. You have not proven beyond reasonable doubt. So then her lawyer should have argued that
it doesn't work that way. That's where the law becomes funny. See, for example, as I followed the case, right? They asked Jefferson Koji on a certain day that we have a phone number here that they say, you remember that part?
Yes.
The phone company say this number is not for Koji. But Koji sitting in the courtroom says the number is for him.
Yeah.
And he proves that the number is for him by presenting the phone with the number, and the number was working in court. Did that not create a doubt? That number one. Number two, on the night of the murder, it is established by the phone companies that Mr. Valitele had 5 numbers registered to him. 5 numbers. Look at him come from eating, we're talking serious thing. Yeah, but it's good because tonight I know what we're about to do. But Valitele had 5 numbers assigned to him. And according to Valitele, court records will show, Valitele said 1 number he got for his father, the other number he got for his son, the other 2 numbers for his wife, and 1 number for himself, for a total of 5. One of the numbers assigned to his wife had called the security, Mr. Moses Wright, at the home of Gloria Scott on the night of the murder, no other night. But on the night of the murder, the court record will show. So then, my friend, what is your connection to this security? How come he say he doesn't know? But then, what did your wife say? Is your wife loving to Gloria Scott security? It was you who procured the phone. It was you who registered the phone. It was you who gave the phone to your wife. Everybody here can use, I don't know if Dr. Fancy can use AB phone, but everybody here can use their spouse phones if it's necessary.
Yes, I can.
Dwalu, I'm sure if somebody said, oh, Mrs., can I speak to your husband? Dwalu, can you talk to this? It's normal.
But why you not asking Cindy?
That's a reason. That's a reason. I beg you, man. Let me finish.
I will stand there till that phone call finish.
They want. Even if I put a phone to a ear, stand on you get call, you go there. It was there were two occurrences not to answer it. So that is it. But again, there were so many things that came out. But just the idea, given what we know now, what I know, what Stanton knows, this Article 21H will not pass the smell test in the Supreme Court. Because once you tampered with the jury, and once they can explain that the instruction was for you to find them guilty, then of course, the guilt was not by law.
Mr. Papa,
by instruction.
Let me correct something. Maybe I didn't ask my question correctly. Once a juror says, I have doubt or I have a not guilty verdict, okay, that requires the judge to look at the case a little further and also perhaps have a hung juror or call a mistrial.
Now you get to talk, but by the way, go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. That contrary to say nothing would happen after that, I don't think that the case can go on once. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a reasonable reading person, but I'm just thinking that once somebody disagrees, that there wasn't compelling and convincing evidence.
Yeah, but you see, a hung jury is a jury that does not meet the verdict by the margin. So if the margin is set, if you look at hung jury, they will tell you a hung jury is a jury that is unable to reach a verdict by the margin. In this case, you can see it's 1 against 11. But I will not even hold that, because if I hold that, they will run with it. I want to run with what the law says.
I see.
The law says that you must prove beyond all reasonable doubt, Article 21H. And for you to come and tamper with the jury, instruct the jury to find a person guilty. Then the guilty verdict is by instruction, not by the conscience of the jury.
But I also think that the burden was also on the judge in the case, because if there was one person there who said contrary to who said there is a reason why I don't want to go this way, or we were tampered with, the law requires that the judge should have been able to look into that situation, should have been able to stop and look, so that juror can be able to present their evidence and say, this is why I'm saying this. So, and another thing can also be, if Valitelli was a witness, was he present at court? Was he there? So it also, all of these things depends on what the judge decided to be concrete or what he decided to be nothing. And so the verdict also was on him to say, I want to look into this some more. Give me your evidence. Tell me more on what you're saying, and then go forward. But I guess that wasn't done.
Thank you. I'm Colonel Gray. Welcome to the show. Look, let me say this also. Dr. Francine kind of alluded to this. If there is a case where even an appearance of temperance, in most cases, it is a mistrial.
Yes.
Now, if this is a standard to the point where there's proven documentation of some sort, especially coming from a member of the jury, that's automatically mistrial. But I want people to understand this, though. This kind of behavior in our judicial system, if we take somebody and God forbid that person is falsely accused and possibly convicted, it is not about that person anymore. I don't want it to be me tomorrow.
No.
Because if I come on the network and I criticize somebody in government and say, you know what, when Dwadu come to Liberia, we're going to set him up. And next thing you know, I'm in the press. They say, oh, Dwadu didn't own spoon talking, that Dwadu didn't kidding people, or that Dwadu didn't rape somebody, or that. It's very scary. It's extremely scary. So the judicial system exists between chaos and stability. They have a vital role. If they toy around with that role, the whole society collapses. This is not something we want. This has to be taken very seriously. Colonel Gray, you can come in. And
let me pause on Colonel Gray. I'm going to bring Colonel Gray in. Colonel Gray, good to see you. 1 minute. Let me announce this. While we're on the show, if I don't say I'm coming from eating, but no. Folks are reaching out to me now. Lawyers are availing themselves to protect these individuals, and they want to hear them out. Okay. These are the list of names of the first 16 chosen uh, jury that came to be in the first 16. Let me put the names out. Now, if you look on this list, if you look on the list, you see, I want you guys to hold it. Listen, we are media outlet. We got to show and tell the people everything as it is. All right.
Yes.
There is no harm, no foul. All right. We just telling you that the last name honor that never came out, but the last name, if we remove this, hold on 1 minute. I want people to see all the names. There you go. All right. You see Nathaniel B. Witherspoon. I'm trying to figure out who the Witherspoon. What got in his head?
Yeah, plenty.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe
You
that
got
a
Amber's.
person.
Yeah, but maybe that the one. Maybe that also child. The one I don't know.
How you know?
But that
Yeah,
one.
you
That,
who be Osacha. You know,
maybe that one.
That man contacted me before he said, my brother.
But let me hear the name.
But we'll talk later.
But you got Nathaniel B. Witherspoon. The mistake is that when these people, when they saw Witherspoon, why they
You
put him wrong for that
just
name?
phone here, brother, when you went to camping.
Bah, leave that one. My issue is that I believe, Duado, if you see Witherspoon, you will avoid this name. You will run far from this name because you know what's going to happen. But you got Nathaniel B. Witherspoon, you got Ambrose S. Toll, you got Mango Kokoya, Dada Smith, Hawa Bwaka, and they got Bwaka on the too. Bobby Koyu, Jacqueline Bleo Tengbe, Patient Nene, Tina Arabi Nippon, Ed Heck, Mevina Backley, Anthony Pagba, Robert Jala, Joseph Parker, Gabriel Nimlin Na, and Jackson Mark. Now you see in 16, the 16 came into being, true, but it came down to 12, all right? Because there was a pregnant lady that had to leave. There was another student that was taking her exam. She had to leave, and and the whole list came down to 12. We'll give you the actual 12 list. But what we are saying to you, our fellow Liberians, we're there during tampering. You got to understand the information reaching us is scary. The code name, the numbers they gave them, when they kept them from August, actually it was July if you read the paper, but they took them in August all the way to December. Who met them? That's the question. It's not who they met, but who met them? Who went in there to talk to them? As I'm speaking to you, some good lawyers from the country, they are reaching out to me. We have to discuss it as to what happened, because one of the jurors said not guilty. All right, you understand that, but 11 said guilty. But then the reason why they said guilty, we have that story. I don't want to be the one to explain it. I want themselves to explain it. So if you just joining us, folks, this is one of Liberia's biggest story tonight. This is one of Liberia. I can confirm to you the lawyers of Gloria Scott, they are watching. I can confirm to you. And they want to speak to this gentleman. But as to how they want to speak to him, where they want to take him, we have to confirm all. They want to speak to this woman, this guy, this individual. They want to speak to them, but we have to do a proper arrangement because this case have taken a whole new shape. And some of these jury members want to speak. Let me bring in Conor Gray. I'm going to put this thing down. If you have taken the picture, please do. If not, we got to put it down. We'll read the name again. Nathaniel Witherspoon, Amber Stowe, Margot Kokoya, Dada Smith, Howard Bwaka, Bobby Koyo, Jacqueline Bleo Tengbe, Patient Nene, Tina B. Nippon, Ed Heck, Mevina Backley, Anthony Pagba, Robert Jala, Joseph Parker, Gabriel Nimlenan, and Jackson Mark. We're going to take it down briefly. Then we're going to give you a chance to come back and take your picture. Let's bring in our brother, Ed Reverend Gray. Brother Gray.
Well, folks, good day. Of course, my background will be noisy. We're still putting things together here. But it is sad to see a family lost a family member, especially a mother, and then went to court, all taking the court to seek justice, and justice, has still not been served. It is sad. It's one of the most evil things that will happen to anybody. But one thing I would say, if we pay attention only to the executive in our democracy, we'll never have a perfect democracy, because without justice, true justice, democracy itself is in flux. In other words, it's suspending. When you have a culture where jury are tampered with, and some individuals that serve our jury, it's like it's a job for them. They're always there. And those people can easily be compromised. In this country, randomly they call you to serve, and chances are you go to court, you may never serve on the jury. You may never, because one clue that you will not be fair, they'll show you the door.
Yes.
If a guy came and say, I can't hear good, it sounds kind of fuzzy. They say, do you have hearing aid? He say, I do have my hearing aid. Let me try it. And he goes like, it's still fuzzy. They say, thanks for coming. They're showing the door. That's how very authentic the judicial system in this place is. But I don't think it's that way in Liberia. And if I were to be serving in any security corridor, one of my main focuses would be the judiciary and the legislature. I'll really set up a sting operation on those people and bring them out for judicial corruption, legislative corruption, and prosecute those people. Because you see, we can't be focused only on the executive. The executive is just one small branch of three. But besides God, a judge is who determines whether or not you can live in society where they have capital punishment. So why would we be letting them, go through the hook? That's why we're concerned when you have somebody like Musa Din trying to get in that corridor. Imagine, it's gonna be hard. But I want to say, you see what I'm saying? But then I'll
take a break. We'll come back later. I mean, how you be facing the building and you in Kosu? Something is not right about that auto transfer. Yeah, you're repairing the building, then you in Kosu. Father, something is not right about that auto moving. Seriously.
Well, you were a CEO. I don't think you should envy a new CEO for his own company. Finish. Except that they are facing his office.
Keep on. Story finish.
I'm not envying the man though. I'm happy for him, but he's in.
But you see the mentor. This man.
He had the same kosu yesterday. Yesterday he had black kosu. Today he's in blue. But the question is that you in all the kosu, but they facing the
building behind you. I think that Cummins left a lot of money with his supporters.
Bali Cummins alumba.
No, but the way they are dressing and their leader is wearing driving Ferrari. And now, if you look at Dr. Francine and even
so, we're going back to our.
You didn't get a memo.
You cannot talk those things in 2024.
You can't talk in 2024. Left in 2024.
Well, I just hope the president-elect Ambassador Joseph Numa Barker will see you and begin to do something for me and Tualu. Look at us, how we're looking. We know that goalkeeper our money for St. Joseph Warrior.
Maybe you guys were.
But you can see that you wearing our goalkeeper suit there. Stanton looking like a goalkeeper coach. So while you're dressing, look at the way we're looking. Then Glendy, she can and Glendy joined the tree in the right time. Now why it ain't cool for you when you see people.
Glendy joined the tree.
When Glendy used to talk, everybody thought she was the most independent woman. Now do honor Glendy hand. Well, Joseph Numa Baga Pedro right in your sleep.
Look at you.
So, but let's do this real quick, Fagon. Let's do this real quick. Let's try to wrap this story up. And then because some lawyers then are courted. They want to come on the show. They want to say something about the way in which
Beautiful.
they can protect, and these guys can be protected. Folks, they are scared like hell. I just spoke to one of the individuals
The
just
Chief
now
Justice should be scared.
while I was off this show, and I just gave them some hope. They said that you know, as someone just told them, say, but where your husband went, you know, and that's concerning. So we have not even presented anyone yet. People begin to ask for them. The only thing we can do here, Fagon, Dwalu, Dr. Richardson, Glendy, and Ed, is to present a story. But I really do not want a story to lead to the death of any one of those individuals. I really don't want so. We must be convinced that these people will be protected and well taken care of. For us to move ahead, to reveal them, to give them, give those lawyer access. Because I don't even know if I can trust some of those lawyers that are coming. Fagon, we had a conversation today, right?
You know, I was even scared when we put their names up.
True, but I mean, it's not wrong to expose their name. The case is over, so that's legal.
Not only is the case over, but they were sitting in the courtroom.
No, we're talking about safety now. We're talking about safety, not legal. Safety, individual safety.
But listen, it's not a secret that they don't know their names. You and I know they were in the court. Their names are available. They're public record now.
Public record.
You're right when you say their safety, and we discussed that. However, think about some 3 or 4 people on death row tonight.
Yes.
They may not die as a result of hanging, but hey, if you incarcerate an 88, 89-year-old woman
who's blind,
and she's in jail and don't even know what's going on, and then somebody say, Oma, the judge told me that I should find you guilty, and at least you can do that 25 years. Can she live for 25 years? It's like the woman who said that, Jawia, please give me my pension. If anybody remember that video with that lady in the white from some Congo woman with upriver.
Cruiserville, yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give me my pension so I can eat small before I die. And behold, this former almost 30 years of brilliance with teaching taught so many people. She died without seeing a grain of rice from her pension. That was some of the curse that fell upon this administration. I would like to see people guilty as a result of what the law says, but not somebody walking to somebody and say, you gotta make sure that woman guilty. Guilty of what? And then you base it on the fact that you believe there was no intruder. No, you must prove not what you believe. If the court was operating on the basis of people's belief, one of the persons that will go to jail right now will be Stanton. Because people believe that he's the best man that can get information on their platform. But now he can hustle all around by 4 o'clock in the morning to get information. What do you think in Liberia? He's not in Liberia. He's sitting out right here in New Jersey, eating potato green and getting information. So the court will not operate on the basis of someone's belief. The court will operate on the basis of facts. And for people to say that and say, you're going to find that woman guilty. And the fact that they even tempered with the jury is enough grounds now. And so what will happen? It is no longer in the hands of the lower court. It is now in the hands of the Supreme Court.
Great.
And don't expect the Supreme Court to call it a mistrial. It's not a mistrial. And like I put in the chat room for Dr. Francine to see, it's, that one person, there's no measurement for that one person to say because of them, there'll be a hung jury. No, the question is answered by the legal scholars, not from Liberia, but from Harvard. What we can do right now is what we're doing. And Conagray, those people will be saved. They will be saved. And what's going to happen is that their case will be heard. It's just like what is going on when me and Stanton talked this morning. The laws are on the book. But Echo, you went, you said no. The mayor was granted early stuff. And I'm not digressing. I'm just saying what happened in the case of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court now, when they wrote the letter back to the very Senate that wanted to have the hearing, they requested them to report before the what? Full bench. with who knee on it? Justin Nangwe. You see? So
yeah, but we come to that Supreme Court thing, because when you open my eyes to this thing today, you know, I went back and I look, and it's true, they had Justin Nangwe name on it.
Yeah.
On full bench. But we're gonna come to it, folks. Let's wrap up on the Gloria Scott issue. I cannot give you any other information because, to tell you the truth, they are written information and it's big. We have recording. Again, like I said, I'm going to stop this file. We want to just invite you over. Join us tomorrow. Once the lawyer can present themselves and assure the Liberian people that they will take custody of this whistleblower and they will protect the whistleblower with international protection or whatsoever, as you may term it, then we will tell you who they are. But we're begging you. They want to talk. They really, really want to talk. They are mad. They are angry. They want to talk. So if you say you want to leave it like that, it's up to you. But what we can tell you in our possession, I'm showing you these documents that were presented to them. I had to highlight it. As you can see, you know, the first document given to them, we got to black the address and the code they gave them, a 4 to 6 digit code. That's what you see up here. And then the address is here, and they're telling them this is where you are. This is serious, folks. People went in there. They went in there with a mindset to do a good piece of job. Guilty or not guilty with the evidence. They went in there to argue the evidence. It may shock you. They took some of them from a Thai shop.
Can you imagine?
You don't want me to talk, and I don't want to talk. I beg you. They took some of them from a Thai shop. They told us, we got a job for you to do. They carried them and put them somewhere. They took the cell phone from them. They take 3 from here. They take 4 from there. Is this proper for going real quick? That's the proper way to do jury vetting. You're muted, Fagon, real quick.
Jury duty, let's call it jury duty, it's one of which where you do not go looking for a juror because you want to select whom you want to select for a particular case. Those of you who live there in the United States, such as myself, they'll send a letter all around. They don't tell you, say, come for Glenda's case. They say you are requested to submit yourself for what? Jury duty.
Yeah.
You don't know where you are going. So these people are supposed to be selected at randomly. Fine. But then when they appear in the court, then of course they got to be interviewed by both the prosecution and the defense in the presence of the judge.
Correct.
Whereas in this case, the hunters went looking for particular jurors for this particular case, which I find very strange. It should have been, for jury duty in the setting of this term of court, we have 100 persons. And then the judge himself will say, bring the first 20. The first 20 will not know what case they are hearing.
They want to be selected for.
They don't know. So they just go in there. They just come out soon and say, Dwalu store chicken. It's okay, we say now. Who they call Dwalu? They don't even know Dwalu. They don't even know where he comes from, what county, nothing. That's when it becomes impartial. However, they must come from within the vicinity, as the law says. In this case, for Gloria Scott, you went looking for particular jurors.
Are you us? Oh, I think it's sleeping.
I'm actually sending you something. So yeah, I'm with you, my man. I'm listening. You know, if I can talk about 4 hours, so I gotta young relax more.
And you see it? No problem. I the one you went to Rhode Island with. Now I mean you go Rhode Island with. I hear the news, I got a picture, but I will not show it. Now, in this case, you went looking.
The happy home, yeah.
I know, right?
We saw it well, but you had one best friend there that was, I was not transgender. I don't even know, so I forget.
Hey, you see the blood going.
But when you want to say, yeah, the kids. These people, when looking for particular jurors,
yes,
to carry out their dirty work, and they were successful. Because at the end of the day, why do we say they were successful? Because they accomplished their mission. Their mission was to find this woman guilty. Their mission was not to grant this woman a free, fair trial. No, their mission was to find her guilty to prove the innocence of Jefferson Koji. Because if you did not find her guilty, then you will be indicting Jefferson Koji and Valley Teller. And if you find her guilty, you will be proving their innocence. And you can see, when the verdict came forward, seditious jump. And we told you, our leader free. And we told you that jump by you said that Koji. No. For me now, it's not about Koji. It's not about Gloria Scott. It's about what the law says. Impartial. She is presumed innocent, and it must be proven beyond all reasonable doubt. And because they tampered with the jury, that's one, created a doubt. Doubt number two, the jury did not find her guilty because she committed a crime. The jury found her guilty because they were what? Instructed to do so. And that is against the law. And I'm confident, given what I saw from Mrs. Wallacoli on the Supreme Court bench, that letter, Glendy, if you see the letter they wrote to the Senate, you will know that those two girls on our bench don't joke. Those girls don't joke. And you could see that they threw the hint to the Senate, say you're stupid, and your team was stupid here, we'll deal with you. So they put it there. Then in the middle of a sentence, the thing that Dwalu used to beat her little brother for, to no book, the people stopped right in the middle of the sentence, and they typed again, full bench, in capital letter, and made it font size, I think that's 16 or Stanton. The font size of the full bench was Stanton need to put it there, let Brempo see it. They stopped in the middle of the sentence to convince them that such stupidity must not be allowed to happen. And in this case, Article 21H again.
Well, hold on, Fagwan. Let end this Gloria Mususka case. Then we can, because I know you want to go to the Musa thing too, by your own brother, cousin.
No, that's my cousin.
Yeah, that's your cousin. No, we'll go there. Because you want to go there. We'll go to real fun, but let's finish what they want now.
I want to tell who said the real fund is for personal money.
All right, so hold on 1 minute now. Let's close on this, Gloria Mususka. Folks, this is what we're going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to come to you. I have spoken with two of the lawyers that represented Gloria Mususka. Oh, Dwalu, somebody behind you. Yeah, what?
That is what?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, I hope you want the woman food, though.
Thank you for showing up. You kind of talking.
I don't want the woman food.
You said I think the woman said somebody was there.
Yeah, somebody called her on the phone. They say he said.
Hey man, Spoon, what are you coming to say again, man? Leave the man.
No. Dwalu, I'm sorry. We are live. Is that the same woman you show us in Maryland?
No, that is show one. I want to be wife. I told him what you said.
No, I'm serious. No, I'm serious. Was that your Dwalu, I'm very serious. I'm sorry, man. I really want to know you. I've never met you before.
I'm my second wife.
No, it wasn't your wife. You said you had a cousin in Maryland that you always go to do a quick day flight to go to. Is that all?
No, that's all. They want to different. Like here,
but the one in Maryland is that Sarah.
I had a girlfriend. I had a sweetheart.
I'll get to you.
I had a side chick.
everything was.
You everything.
So she said, that's what sweet. She everything. She everything. She something.
What? She the transgender too?
No. Now, she's so pretty. Look at her, so pretty. I just thought I saw one arm with muscle and I'm just for coming down.
Back to the kiss.
Yeah, thank you, Vago.
But thank you for bringing your beautiful wife on.
Yeah,
we that married and we never left our women. And we never left our.
All that G's for him.
I will not be my brother like that. Not for my own brother, you will not happy.
I ain't worried about him. I just wanted to know why all the pastor people in there pray women. Why pastor people? What pastor people let pray women? Why?
Maziza Chocho, you know that thing?
Mm-hmm.
Look at Gloria.
You are not understanding.
Guys, let's get back on track. You know, that's why we have to go. We got about how many more minutes do I leave from here? 7 years, right? Is that 23?
24 minutes.
We got 23 more minutes, right?
Yeah. But I spoke about how old they was sinking for retirement. I just sent you the video.
I'll upload in there.
So then, the order. Since she passed away, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
So, but we have 23 more minutes, guys. Let's wrap up on Gloria Scott issue. Like I was saying, we will not bring the guys, and actually, we are saying to the lawyers, we spoke to them. Once they avail themselves and guarantee, we will direct them to those folks, and they can take it from there. We're just here to give you the story, okay? We are not on the side of guilty or not guilty, but we are on the side when these people want to speak, we got to listen to them. And some of these members are angry, and they want to speak. So we hope you guys will not go quiet on this one, but give them a chance, listen to them, and let's just hear exactly what actually took place in that room. Who visited them? Who went to see them? Quietly. You know, it's a problem. And Fagon, you're right. Gloria Scott and the rest of the defendant must be guilty for Joseph Koji and Violet Taylor to be free.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to insinuate anything, but that's actually that's how well they play this. You found people in Hataisha drinking Hatai, you can't grab 3 of them. You took them away from the family from August to now. You took them away from the family, though. You didn't tell them where you were taking them. They were so scared. The family looking for them. The family were looking for them, Glendy. They were looking for them. They thought 2 of them, they thought they died. Seriously. I can't wait to bring them on the show because I spoke to them. But you know, God can sleep. And I will just this real quick. God can sleep. We were looking for them. I don't know why in the good heaven you didn't ask them if they know Stanton Witherspoon and you go take them. Don't let me talk, man. Not to be frank.
Cynthia, I wanted to make a point quickly before we leave the topic. So as we're talking, and my father wanted me to do law, but I didn't want to do law. But I can tell you that the Supreme Court, the highest body, there are several positions that they can take if they find out that there was actual jury tampering. I think the word is embassy. That they can do that, which can halt the verdict that they've done, and they can even ask also for a mistrial. So they can't just be silent on this. This is something that I will hope that the Chief Justice and the other justices are paying attention to, because this affects the judiciary system in Liberia. If this occurred, as you're saying it with the facts that you have, I'm sure the family already has their doubt. They have information. I think it's something that the legal world in Liberia needs to pay attention to, because this is nothing small. This is no joke.
And Stanton, you're right. Somebody just sent me some information. So one of the jurors that you just posted is a hardcore sedition.
Yes. They took some people from CDC yard. Yes.
But I don't have information, but they just sent me some information about her pictures, everything about her, hardcore sedition. And she made it on the jury. They found a 12, by the way. Yeah, this is what we were dealing with.
I have the whole story, Eduardo. Yeah. I do. And I hope that again we are here. We want to wait. We just hope that these people can come up and fight for the client, the Muslim Scott family.
But this is not about Madam Muslim Scott. It's about the rest of the population that could possibly get affected by the kind of shenanigans. Something we don't want. I just want to make that very clear.
And for me, it's about the public, and it's a public and personal thing. The public piece is trust in the legal system. We are seeing the legal system get exposed. All the faultiness of the legal system is getting exposed here. But I'm also seeing some of the right processes being taken. For example, taking an appeal, moving up to a higher body, and hopefully the higher body will manage the case better than what I'm hearing you guys say, how it was mismanaged at the lower court, which is something that needs to be looked into. Whoever the judge was, we have to look at how he managed the case. For the personal side of me, when I think about Gloria Scott and her family members who are in jail right now, they'll never be able to get the days that they are losing back. Never. Okay? Yes. They'll never be able to stop the mosquito bites that she's experiencing now in the court system. She'll never be able to have the ability to mourn for her daughter in the way that she wants to, because she's in confinement. Okay? She'll never be able to spend time with her family. The holidays just passed, something she would have done. She would never get that day back, and nobody can pay for it or bring it back to her. So that's the public and public challenges that we have right now, that we have to take seriously in our country. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's wrap up. Let's move on to the next conversation. Fagon, you bring us in because we had this before we do this. Yes, your video here, Fagon, from the lady you was talking about.
Yes, can we go ahead?
Yes.
Josh, we are my boy. Josh, we are my boy. You've been going around schooling so many hoes. Now you come to Liberia, you score a bigger goal. Yes, today you the president of Republic of Liberia now. But again, I get my pension pay. What wrong? What wrong? I was looking the bucket for hungry. Kurapa birirata kororoto birirata pampara jowia. Animaleta pension pay. Anima pension pay. And I will soon die for hunger because I need to.
Wow.
So did she die really?
Yes.
Yes, she died.
And this is a serious matter. We don't take care of the elderly. I mean, Dr. Prince and myself, sometimes in the beginning of the show, we discuss stuff like this. If you went to Bensonville, you know what, Toba, when you pop out the modern facility, the old house where actually Richie Toba was born. If you go down in the curve, it splits like they go towards Cruiserville. I was actually trying to find this lady. I think it was 9 months ago after I saw this video. And when they told me she passed away, just one of those things where we don't take care of us. And sometimes we forget that this is going to be eventually us. Our society is not working. We have to make it work. And it pains us because it's somebody's grandmother and mother, etc. But yet and still we do the same thing over and over. I'm just thanks for going to that for actually mentioning this lady because she's worth remembering. Yeah.
And it amazing to know what her pension was. This is what broke me. We play this thing over. The woman's pension Stanton was $13.
Hey,
a month. $13 was her pension a month. Something we could get pissed off with and pay her for the rest of her life. But they wouldn't even give her the 13. And she referred to him as her boy in the actual Congo language, which means my son. Trust me, my boy. You scored so many goals around the world. You came back to Liberia and scored a bigger goal. Now, give me my pension. Stanton cut it off because, he gets emotional. But if he had waited for the last part, it would have told him why she wanted the pension to buy her little rice to eat. That's all she wanted. And today, she died. But what contribution did she make to her country? She was an educator. Majority of the directors, superintendents, this and that, were the very people she educated over a period of almost 45 years of her life. Every day she went to school, most times she did not even get a salary. And then she retired where government owed her so much money. But she was left with a $13 pension that she could barely get. Yet, you have a man who will steal millions of dollars and still want to be the LRA boss. You will have a man who says he's president. They build all these fabulous houses. Folks, it's pathetic. But when that woman died, and I was informed that she died, I said these words. If there ever is a ghost, we got one now.
Yeah, we do.
We got one.
We do. Colonel Gray.
Well, Fango, you sometimes fail to realize that when people become this much heartless, they probably believe in other powers.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody with true conscience and the love of God will look at, even by virtue of that woman appearing on the face of the world, you would have sent more than $13 to her. Mm-hmm. Maybe just say, you know what, I'll give you a pension for X amount of years. I'm telling you. Because that's all she wanted. Does she deserve it? She deserves it.
And she didn't ask for more. She only asked for her pension.
Exactly. What was she asking for? Truthfully enough, she wanted to eat. Hunger is it's a no compromise factor in any society. If somebody who was an educator would die that way, imagine the common man who is not an educator.
Think about it.
You understand? So we have a society to build, and then everywhere you go is rotten. The judiciary is rotten.
Rotten.
You go in the legislature, is the worst. I've met people who say, do we really have use for that legislature? You understand? They've asked me that question. I say, it's part of our law. It's a branch of government, so we need it. They've asked me about the judiciary. Said that's one of the most corrupt places. There are people languishing in jail who has not seen a judge just for arraignment to let them know exactly their crime.
Yeah.
They start in jail for over 5-6 years just to see a judge for the first time and say, look, this is your crime. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Colonel Gray, let me tell you the story about this lady a little bit more. If you get to Cruceville, the government of the Republic of Liberia decided to take a portion of land with rocks and give it to some Chinese. I'm not blaming the Chinese. There's some xenophobia here. I want you to follow me. So in Cruceville, most of the prominent citizens literally left this location. And there's a massive hole that has been dug. The hole is probably the size of, you see SKD Stadium? That stadium, that's the width and girth of the entire place. They're taking these crushed rocks. And this guy makes so much money. I'm going to say something people will get mad at me for, but I will say this anyways, because I'm Dwalu. And I said, I used to go there. I bought some of my rock from this place, and you see this massive hole. And the Chinese were making so much money. It was cost at the time, we were paying $75 US for one blade of rock.
One blade?
Yeah. And then the rock dust were paying $25. The Chinese would make so much money, it will further Ghana must go back, and they would take it to the bank. They could not take it to the bank quick enough. So I said, but then where are all the iron ore then? Why they stealing my Quebec Cobalt path? They can't come here and steal the money from the Chinese. And no, I was being dead serious. Because they were making, so I went to the town commission. I said, listen, how about they give you the town of Cruceville? I said, people, They both said, "Oh, give us $700, but the $700 can't come." An entire town that belonged to Liberians, they were making, and this is my guesstimation, because I know personally, I will go somewhere now buy 4 or 5 truckload of dirt. I mean, a rock. That's around $800 per truckload. And there's a long truckload. They have their own trucks. You see the trucks just going mountains of rock. These guys were making every month at least $50,000, and nothing was going to the city of Cruiserville or Bentonville. And this lady lived in that location. You won't tell me the government could not apportion some of that to the pensioners in that area? They didn't care. The guys were making money. I think Ghana must go bad for the U.S. I was saying, what are you there? Your team, man, Quebec will party. You're wasting time in the country. But let me give it to everybody. Justin, that's what to talk.
So again, folks, go ahead, Congress.
Took it from my mouth. But you're talking about Chinese, my brother. We have a whole story about how the Chinese set up an installation, a shop right opposite the military installation.
But you're changing the story again. I tell you with what you are talking about. You go to the Chinese story and come back.
Every time I talk about this military thing. Do you have vested interest in that?
No, he only spent 3 days in the military. 3.
Because
in the United States military, not the AFL.
Every time I talk about the Ministry of
Army for looting, not Army for looting, not AFL.
Anytime I talk about Ministry of National Defense, you can just get nervous.
He suffers from meliphobia.
I can get nervous for what?
Listen, it's called meliphobia. The fear of the military. It's called meliphobia. I'm constructing that word so that it can be used in the dictionary now.
Lease a portion of the land opposite the military installation to Chinese people for 25 years. I have some of these damn stories that I need to tell. But I was just talking about the Chinese.
Well, bring it up.
By and large, my brother, the only thing I would say is we have to.
You look good in Kosu, by the way. A lot of people complimenting you. You should always come on the show in Kosu. You look like minister. You look like the
minister. He coming to tell you about Pinky. When Pinky coming? Don't even listen to him, man.
They may say Pinky that old story. They may say Pinky. What the word you stand on Pinky that old
man? Don't put me there. Your own web just save you. You happy? Don't let it make web throw you. Oh, I'm begging you. Hey, your wife says she the girlfriend, she the married woman, she the side chick, she everything. Then you want to spoil the man's way.
Anyways, I'll leave it here, man. Leave it with you.
The man suffering from meliphobia.
I will not talk about Pingy. I will not talk about Pingy.
I can't wait to tell you about the Ministry of Defense part of corruption. How the Millennium Project opposite the barracks there. How the now Minister of Defense and his team, along with the Chief of Staff, they're collecting royalty for all of those houses. That project failed. I got documentation. That's why I say I will establish my own investigation on them. That whole team need to go.
You don't need to go far. You don't need to go far. I'll be one of your witnesses and I'll provide the documents for my own self and tell you my personal story. And I will provide pictures to prove beyond all reasonable doubts that this is what happened. Bro,
Joel must go. Joel must go. Joel go. Joel go. Guys, let's just go back to the Capitol building today. What we changed in the story. This is what happened today. Let's put some video up real quick.
Let's smoke it out. Let me leave. Because once he can do anything, that man not get conscience. He has no conscience. That man can do anything. That boy outside, let him leave. As soon as protest. Come on.
For a serious special session,
Get our money! 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 Get our money!
I told you, I said like the cow.
So there you have it, folks. You John Spoon every day will bring you nothing but the best. But there you have it. Let's start with Dr. Richard saying, Settlement Roro. They call other folks. They boo them. They couldn't allow the normal activities today to take place. Here we are again, Dr. Richardson.
I'd like to start by just saying the building, it looks good on the picture. And I remember when we went there, it did look good on the inside as well. So I like that. But, you know, I saw that Liberians are very wise in the way that they express themselves. It was a peaceful, you know, telling of the senator how they felt, which I really appreciated that. There was no, you know, hating of anyone. I want to perhaps give credit to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for setting that in motion. It's sad, you know, that this man has been in the legislature for so long, you know, long enough that he could have done something for Bummy and never did. He never did, you know. And so I can understand the people's anger. I really, whether, you know, it were people that he worked with that he didn't give them the money or the people from Bummy, I can understand that. What did he do? You know, and this is why when I ask you guys the question all the time, before you elect someone, before you appoint someone, before your president appoints someone, you should be asking, what did this person do? And I say this maybe also from just a professional perspective. When I go into psychiatric ward to see people who are suicidal, I always find out, you know, your past history. did you ever attempt suicide before? It's one of the questions that I asked. If you said yes, that means that I have to pay attention to you. If you feel hopeless and after my assessment, I have to pay attention to you. Do you have access to weapon? I have to pay attention to you. So the reason why, if we elect people who supposed to do something or know something for the district, you will see it in a past record. You will see something, you will see the way they relate to the people. But can anybody tell, besides, I think Dwalo yesterday, you don't want to us as someone working in mansion and he was misrepresenting documents in the mansion. He had that kind of history there. Then he comes to be representative or whatever he was for Senator for Pommy. From the beginning, until this time we kept him. What did he do? I'm sorry, Eugene. I know that your cousin, I think you tell us here that your cousin or you grew up together or something, but I just can't say it. So that's how I feel. But I'm happy that people are protesting. Yes.
Look, Stanton, my brother, Gola King Joshua spoke about this issue all day today on his network. This is the Joy side just said something. Look at the kind of car they're riding and people yet suffering a day. That's true, Mama. The kind of car that people riding, they kind of country, one of that car of 75,000 US, one.
Yeah.
Just think America got a $24 trillion economy. They can buy that car for you. They will pay you your money, you go buy your own car. These people, I don't care. That old man or passing say, he was cursing me in your office today. I listened to an interview. You know how much she makes? Stanton, she made $8,000 a month. LD. She hasn't gotten paid. $8,000 a month. They say she said she was making $16,000. The harmonized they pay to $8,000. And some of used to be going around and say they were only harmonizing people pay from the top, which is a total lie. Imagine you're making 16,000 LD. I don't know the conversion rate. If somebody can help me on the thread right now, 16,000 will be how much? $50. If I can hear you.
Probably be around 85.
$85. 16,000.
You said 16,000.
16,000.
18,000.
No, she was making 16,000. They call it down to 8,000.
Yeah. So that means she's making around $45.
$45. This is the kind of money I want people making. Nothing any bad, nothing. $45. And the legislature has refused. Look, let's continue to ask this simple question. Why should anybody who decides to work for the government of the Republic of Liberia, I don't care what school you went to, make more than $3,000 a month? Give them an incentive. Dr. Francine, run the gender ministry. If you meet these standards, we can give you a bonus, say 50,000, 100,000 additional. But you should not be making more. We don't have that kind of money.
We don't.
$3,000 should be kept. That's what the government should pay you, inclusive of everything with the exception of your benefits. That's how I see it, man. Colonel Gray.
Well, I hope Setuma will leave the public domain for now. He could go back into his private life. He didn't have a good name under Madame Salif. He was considered one of the most corrupt. Matter of fact, he carried on as a prime minister. And one of the notoriety he brings to the public scene is that idea that he was having a cut in almost everything that was going on in government. And he left, used some of that money, he became senator. I think he's a 2-term senator, if I'm not mistaken. I could be one. Yeah. But the idea he was trying to go for the second time was rejected. If you have served the public that long and then you buying you leaving the public scene and you're not living there with flying colors. I don't know how some of these people, how their soul will address these issues, but they are responsible for Liberian suffering this much. And you get a man the opportunity, he's going to cash in for the last time. If he hasn't done so already. So that's something he looks forward to. Conscienceless. This guy, absolutely, when we're talking about some of the most wicked people in our society, you look at that Setuma guy is one of them. Very, very wicked, heartless people. And these are the guys who will still come a few years from now, they'll recycle him somewhere. And man, some of these people are supposed to be barred for life to enter public service. But everybody can enter public service, but we should bar some of these people for life based on their record, you know. And I hope society will be watching Kinley not to forget a few years from now and start putting him on their shoulder again to elect him into, because he's going to surface again. It feels like, you know, he has done it before. He's going to come back a few years old. The people have forgotten about me, and he will run again somewhere. I mean, that's his right, but I don't think society should condone those kinds of people.
Stenton, the girl that always said Tuma, is that one of his bodyguards? The one in the white sweater?
You know, I don't know this man family. I don't know his relationship to her. I really don't know. As Fagon.
I know his wife, Ophelia Hofsituma.
Yeah, and look at.
I think that's a done deal. That relationship still on? I don't know.
No comment.
What do you mean by no comment? My first time,
I have learned to reserve comments when we yeah, I don't know.
She's beautiful though. She's gorgeous.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know. Let's do our closing. Let's go back.
Me yesterday when I said Musa Din was 68.
Musa Din is 63 years old.
Yeah, Musa was my professor. They said the man 63. Well,
he's 63.
You know, maybe I was all too old to be in law school.
They got too funny.
But let's get something. But guys, let's get something straight.
Sorry to the audience. I didn't know. I thought it gets a bodyguard. I'm not sure what it is. But go ahead, Stenton.
Is that how a body? Well, say you want print that that how bodyguard can dress?
I mean, our bodyguard can dress.
One thing I would say,
you know, you and Stenton up to something. I notice whenever you send Stenton something like this, he has vested interest. He will show it, but then outlet that you requesting it.
Look.
He himself want the information as to who that lady is. And you understand me, Remy? Stenton won't know, so he put it up.
Man,
then he like,
Dwalo has replaced you, my man. Dwalo has replaced you. You see, you are not showing your face, so Dwalo has taken over, my man. Yeah, like all we're exchanging.
It's an inquisition.
No, but seriously, I really don't care for the lady. My focus is on Setuma.
Can someone inbox me?
Show that picture again, and you see what are the focus of Beyonce Setuma, or not on balloons. I mean,
my focus is on Setuma because the people from bombing did the right thing to beat out Setuma.
Okay, sorry.
You know, everything that we are saying on the show tonight, Setuma was the one to do everything possible to bring Samara Wodokori on. He is the chair on Ways Means. He's the one bringing Samara Wodokori on for a confirmation hearing. It is scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. Possibly. If there is no other protest, they want to try to confirm it now.
I will cut you off there because there will be a protest tomorrow, and the protest continues because the guys want their money. And
so, but let me finish now.
I know you want us to close, so I got to feed you with this information that was given to me tonight by the group from the Capitol building that they will continue their protest tomorrow, and unless they get their money. They have already been informed that Abdul Khan, the gatekeeper of the CDC, will lead an array of COP CDC guys.
I mean, Jacob Brown, and let him talk on it because I know what to say because I ordered for Brown himself to say. So Nelson, if you're in studio, please call Brown. Let him address the issue of the protest.
And the only thing I said to them today, I said, it is your place of work. You have the right to protest there. All of you make sure you go with your phones and be ready.
What are you laughing for? Is he laughing or crying?
The comments are crazy. No, say to me, global. They put it in the comments.
No.
Baza people, anytime Baza people see Barato,
somebody say, let me yell it out.
Somebody say that number bodyguard. But anyway, it's good and rude. But let me. But guys, let me say this. Nelson, if you can come on the show, Nelson, please do us a favor. Call Mr. Brown that was leading this protest today. Let's hear from him. I also want to say, guys, let me see up for a minute. Nelson, can you call Brown? Call Brown. Get his number if you don't have it from Damo. Is he on?
I'm trying to do so.
Yeah. All right. So let's say this real quick. But you guys trying to distract us, man. Come on.
My brother-in-law, Jimmy King. What's going on, Jimmy? You enjoy the body guy? It's a body girl. I'm body guy.
There is no Bible study today. Today is Thursday. There's no Bible. Today is Thursday, right? Or Wednesday?
Today Thursday. Easy my work.
Thursday. There's no Bible study. Yeah, Thursday she off. You finna tell it. You finna give me the code of Sarah. Yeah, well, us Thursday. That was she can't appear on Thursday.
Yeah.
But I wish somebody birthday real quick. I want to wish this young man Musa Fufana. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday. There's a reason why I'm wishing him a happy birthday. He's a trouble dude. All right. I want to wish Musa Fufana a happy birthday. Now, folks out there will get so mad when they see his picture. We
need more information.
but we want to wish him.
She works at Central.
But let me wish the piggy happy birthday now, but let me wish the piggy happy birthday.
Kadiatu. She works at Central Bank.
Let me wish a piggy happy birthday.
That man,
happy birthday.
They say we're Kosu, that my friend. Leave our friendship. I want to sing even happy birthday to the man at Bonkin said.
Yeah, so I just want to say happy birthday, Musa. And let me say something to you guys. Today is Musa's birthday. Guess what happened? He's celebrating, and also he's expecting his first child. Congrats to you. Congrats to the madam. And we wish you guys well. Happy birthday to you, Musa. Enjoy. I will also say to, you see, when we're showing this thing, people say, oh, they get beautiful cars, nice cars. Those cars, most of them are bushmeat. Most of those cars are bushmeat. They didn't go into the car dealership and buy them. People ship them from America to Liberia. We got information on them. At the appropriate time, we'll discuss it. I just want to tell you. Now, well, I see the reason why the tango flip and people die, right? Look at this nonsense on the street of Moravia, Dr. Richardson.
This is one of the vehicles operating on the principal street. Look at this. Look at this. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous aspect. See how it lays. Very dangerous. Wow. Wow. We have to be careful. You pass by this, bro. This is dangerous, bro. Ah, that's dangerous. See how it looks.
There you have it. And you're looking for the next incident. There you have it. It's right there. You know, Duado, you concerned about the city. Forget about Settlement, Polygamy. Let's talk some serious issue, Duado. Let's just imagine. Look at that. That thing is taken over.
Stanton, I had a quote here from a guy called Epictetus. He says, society is what society allows. The police don't know what to stop. In my city, you're going to drive that thing around? Look, first of all, that continue already ratting. But this is the, leading man, I'm going to make this small market. You endanger everybody else, and this is okay. This is normal in our country. Everybody, let me tell you, for your own livelihood, it's good to seek it, but you cannot endanger Colonel Grace's life to prove that you're seeking your livelihood. This is not how society works. If your livelihood endanger other people, it's not a livelihood. It's a recipe for chaos. Central, those kind of things, I'm not talking about it because it should not be happening in the 21st century. Look, we got plenty of ratting car in Liberia. Some cities around the world now, certain cars cannot enter the confines of the city limits. There are restrictions to them. We're not going to say, oh, don't drive your buffer in way beyond Boma. We're not going to say, we're not going to do that. But when you come in a populated area, there are restrictions, there are rules, there are regulations. Do you know there are towns in America, if you don't wash your car, a certain time they catch you, they will ticket you because the car too dirty. Texas get kind of law, people go off-roading. So there are reasons for those. Stento may have my picking, I go pick up my picking. I gotta run.
Yeah, thank you, Dwalo. And say hi to Satoma Bodyguard for us. Thank you.
It is now credible enough and established that she is the niece of Honorable Morris Setuma. She is his sister daughter. Factual information.
Thank you. So let me do my closing, and then Fagon, you can take us home. We want to appreciate you tonight. A very quiet, beautiful show, like always. We are not here to waste your time. We gave you nothing but the best. Again, we can confirm. There's a possibility, strong possibility, that there will be a confirmation hearing for, how you call him? What's the gentleman name? Samara Woodacotty. If there is no protest tomorrow. But as we're reaching out to Mr. Brown, there will be the protest tomorrow that will interrupt the hearing. Now, understand, the Senate just there till Tuesday, the 9th. But the president can ask the Senate to stay till the 14th or the 13th. Okay, he can't do that, but they cannot pass the 15th. So just understand that. The stay order on Frank Musa Dane, they will be going over there on the 8th, and then by the 9th, they will be having a full bench hearing with the Supreme Court. So we do believe it's a strong possibility that George Manawea can have for 3-4 days from the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 4 days stay, ask the Senate to remain for 4 more days, just to make sure that this confirmation goes through. We're going to watch and see. We bless you. Thank you for joining us. The Gloria Scott case, again, if those lawyers representing Gloria Scott or any human rights lawyers want to reach out to speak to those jurors that were willing to talk, we give the information to them, but it's a scary time in our country, and we will not expose our sources and those whistleblowers that are coming forth. We'll explain what is told us, we will say to you, and we want to wait for them, those lawyers, to come over and protect them, give them a safe haven for them to be able to talk and talk freely. We also want to say to you, may God bless you, may God keep you. Like I said today, this is our Peking Musa Fufana, Today's
He's recording.
Fagon, then that's him picking up bad again. I'm talking about Musa. Fagon, that's not bad again. That's not a very bad again. I told him about Musa and he put this mistakenly, sir. This is bad. I beg if I go consider him. We talk about this one. Today is his birthday. We want to wish him well. Happy 4th of January, your birthday. I know you're enjoying somewhere and talking plenty, but I want to wish you well. Now, I have the question. I saw this on Facebook, and please answer me, Conor Gray, if you can. They said, show me the woman that can leave her phone around her man unlocked because she had nothing to hide. Is that true? Because, Dr. Richardson came out with a question and she beat on us. She made Eduardo to ask all the crazy question, But I do believe that right now I can tell you seriously, my web phone is right there on charger. There's no password code on it. So I just want to say to this person, I can show you one. If you want to know me for real too, unlike Fagon, you see my phone closed, right? If I open my phone right now, I get no password on my phone. You can just go through like this. It's open. I get no password.
It sounds so good when you're lying to yourself, because only you yourself can believe your own lies.
Believe what lies? Fagon.
Besides being Stanton, he's a former CEO. He's a businessman. He's a man with a lot of information coming through, and he will pick up suck on a Chinese phone and show it, say, you see, they won't have no password on it. Who goes around with that kind of sensitive information without a password on your phone? Golly. And I see the difference.
So which one the phone we're talking about? The 7 phone? Wait for me. Fago, wait 1 minute.
They fool the ball for the people then to go do the election with a parking in hustle.
Fago, to tell you the truth, I have 7. But all 7 of them, when I open it, guess what happened? You see, when I open it, they just come on. I ain't got no password. You see this one? No password. You can open it. You go straight on the. You see it? You go straight on the. I ain't got no password on it, you know.
Yeah, but who stopped you from believing it? Who stopped you from believing your own life? This one can be taken by in the bathroom, the door back. He said, my phone. He not be taken by. And so now when he don't want his phone to be looked at, he get out of he on the phone with me. How can you be in the shower and talking to me?
No, but I want a simple Fago to get place for your phone.
No,
the shower have phone holder. The shower got phone holder, Fago. Don't go there.
Because now you say you are doing a soap on your head. I on the phone with Fago.
Because the shower got phone. The shower got phone holder. So.
And I want quit that. I want say his play phone. And I want you looking for now.
Without my business. Yeah, we have a bad time, pal. We about to take her home, but we want to wish everybody well, man.
And I say you can leave the other one on your car seat.
Listen, I told everybody, if you want to call me, call the 6206 number. If for the Liberian people, you can go through it. But that's the one you know. All right. I'm not like
your different phone. But this thing from the Supreme Court, I hope we had looked at it. I don't necessarily.
It's so much work to protect your privacy. You understand? It's just too much. The easiest thing to do is just don't do hanky things, man. You know, you live your life in freedom. I can leave my phone. I'll say, okay, I'll transfer the calls to my office or somewhere, but I'll not be putting password on my phone because I feel.
No, I don't like password. I'm quick to forget the password. I'm not like Fagon. I do not put password on my phone.
Well, they have bio data now that open up. I just show my face to my phone, it open. So you need no password. I have some fingerprint or whatever it is, But the idea is sometimes you still need a password. But it's not because my wife will touch my phone or I will touch your phone. I mean, if it gets to that level, I don't need to be in a relationship. If I will have to go be pushing behind my wife, but she comes at me that way, no need for me to be there.
Fagon, please close, yeah. You got 3, 4 different phones you can't give me. Because I won't be quiet on it. Don't let me tell what opinion about it.
How I have 4, 5
You know, that truck, the container on top of it that we saw, gives me more reason to pray for A.B. Kroma to become the next Inspector General.
Yeah.
Because
I'm going to show it, and you should just unmute yourself and talk while I show it, okay? I want folks to listen to you while I show this fact. You must unmute because you will be muted.
This is one of the vehicles operating on the principal street. Look at this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
IG of police. Because this nonsense would have never flown past ERWA straight through Merklin Street to go across the bridge without somebody calling him and say there is a death trap or booby trap moving through the city. And no matter where he was, he would have gone through with heavy speed to go and get it. Personally. Okay? And when people ask me, I said, all of the guys are good. But when the name A.B. Kroma is announced, criminals run. They don't know where he's coming from or where he is or whether he's there. They just run. And that's what our police, they're friendly, community policing. I understand all that. But sometimes you have to be tough. Look at that guy going through the city. That thing can fall anytime he kill a group of people. And so we'll continue to keep our fingers crossed. Someone asked me, say, if Joe Biden asked you today who you want to be RG, I said, I will not even guess. It's going to be A.B. Kromah. Such as the time, such as the situation in which we find ourselves, criminals will have to be dealt with expeditiously. It should be swift. Because at the end of the day, the lawlessness is just too much. And someone has to step up. Thank you for having me tonight. And I'll see you 3 weeks from now.
If you're talking about A.B. Kromah, though, I don't want to go there, though. But they get the A.B. Kromah, they have the, what's the other guy, the Gregory Coleman? But it's not, for me, I cannot, call anyone name because the position we hold, I don't want to influence anything or, give anybody false hope. But you're very strong on A.B. Kromah, if I go on.
I am. I understand the country. I understand the terrain. I understand the people. You have professionals. You have Clarence Massaquoi. You have Gregory Coleman. You have A.B. Kromah. But for what we are going to be confronted with right now, you need equal, or a much more prevailing force than usual. And in keeping with the law, there will be no compromise. There will be no time for discussion. And I am saying to you once again, that truck would not have gone a mile on that road because somebody would have called the police. Somebody would have told A.B. Kromah, he would have picked up his radio and be like, you always see the truck passing Cali Hospital Junction? People calling? He would have been on his way there. Motorcyclists, when you talk to them, they'll say, Papa, we lie. We respect A.B. Kromah. When a man said nobody pass here, his second can't stand there and there be waiting to see who will pass. We will be confronted with the same forces that were within the CDC government that were given passes. You and I know CDC Ghetto Boys passes. But the law, look at what they're planning to do tomorrow. They don't work at the Capitol building. You wanted to ask me a question, let me push it back to you. The COP people don't work at the Capitol building. They're only going there to support a man who just resigned from them. Yesterday, Samora resigned as vice president for the CDC for whatever. So they're going there, but they're going there with the idea that the aggrieved workers who by law should be paid and are not paid, and they say, you know what, if you don't pay us, we don't care who you bring here for confirmation. Even if you bring chicken, as long as you give our money, you can go in. But it's unfair to us that they will get paid and we don't get paid. Give our money. You said tomorrow you're going to flog them. That's when I want A.B. Kromah to be the police inspector general. So you can tell A.B. Kromah whether you work over there, whether you got business there, because it's a public thing that they allow people in to witness the confirmation hearing. But that is if there is a confirmation hearing. If there is no confirmation hearing, you're not supposed to be at the people's work disturbing them. Okay? And me, I'm a fair man. He will pick them up and you will see what the law can do. You must be able to enforce the law. That is why I pray. I'm just an ordinary man, but people know me for being honest and truthful. We need law enforcement in Liberia right now. We don't need a court. We don't need a law. We need law enforcement. Enforce the law because there is law on the book. If you're not supposed to bring your tea on the sidewalk here, you bring it there, enforce the law. If you're not supposed to be your wife and you beat her and she bleeding, nobody should say, that man is my cousin, man, just let that man go. No. You're supposed to be behind bars. If you're not supposed to steal and you steal and they arrest you, you should face the full weight of the law. Why you think the city is so dirty? You only need to say the police? No. If a police officer sees you, show you dead in the street, yeah, Nelson, that is called littering. It got nothing to do with the police. It's a law. You're not supposed to dirty the street. But who's enforcing the law? Who's enforcing the law? Nobody is enforcing the law. And then we want to blame this person and blame that person. It's time for law enforcement. If you say you senator, the law say on your way to what? Correct me if I'm wrong. On your way to session and back, right? You can use a tailing. But you get up on Monday morning, then you say you want to use the tailing to carry your children to school. Let AB come out bother with you and see if you're not in violation. Then carry him before the Senate. You will vote 20 times with no confidence because he stopped you on the tailing. It's time to have a law enforcement inspector general. Not one that will say, you know, this and that and this. No. Enforce the law. Enforce the law because there is a law. You will say you armed robber, you open fire against police, you exchange fire, then you come outside and drink juice, as in the case of the CDC government. You're supposed to be drinking juice. You operating ghettos. And in communities, you say, after 6 o'clock, no one should pass it. I guarantee you, every command his seller go and set up. Then you tell the people you go past 12 o'clock. Let the mukus come outside to say, hey! Because we need law enforcement. We just don't need, and I think all of them are qualified. But the reason why I'm saying it is because look at Patrick Sulu. Look at Marvin Sakor. Look at Prince Mulba. Look at Emmanuel Drikan. You show it on the station. Where Drikan say, he not coming. Ah, brother. The court said this, then you defy the court. And you still got a job. And then somebody won't blame George Weah? No. He's under the Inspector General of Police. There's an ethics board. Everybody did nothing. So we need someone to enforce the law. And I respectfully submit.
You sure you submit?
No. There's no money yet, so I gotta go, actually.
Have a good day, Fagan. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Hey, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Where are you getting these expensive t-shirts from, like this Lacoste?
I thought you said you submitted already.
No, this is off the records.
But off record, you stay on. Then you say that.
I want to know where you buying the expensive t-shirts from because I have t-shirts.
There's somebody, I may even share this with you. Somebody reached out to me last night. There's someone in Maryland, you know, can take care of Nelson. I didn't know. From Maryland. Every week. Yeah, I didn't know that. Seriously.
No,
the person reached out to me and said, Stella, thank you for Nelson. And every week we make sure we send something. I said, you will make a week. You know, I don't think they sponsor some of the guys that working as I don't think they need to be on payroll. I would tell the CEO, Madam TT.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, seriously.
None of these guys working as spoon living on their paycheck. I will take that back. I would name specific individuals.
Some of them.
Yes. As for Damon, he does not need to get paid a single dollar in his life again. Damon gets more than 90 paychecks from Germany, Canada, everywhere. They pay him. Next on the list, Nelson Colette. The other one is Yekezi.
Yekezi is kind of too cool and quiet.
No, but the people say they like his style. You know, the first get people then where you're in Minnesota, they say that Yekezi the Lego, but they didn't know Yekezi get dead. They get think he quiet.
But what about the man that have left school for a very long time say he's in Europe going to school? The people still get the money.
James Goodday, I don't know how to classify him. The people he have made vest that the poor can pay him. The poor he can praise that the poor can cause him. So it's not confusing. Look at the CDC people.
People saying that I should order them. I think Malatiti should order them.
Order who?
the spoon.
Ain't see again, it's Seba Monigo. Look how beautiful she is. That audit is not intended to show whether they stole money. You just want to know whether her person here is having something to do somewhere. We are smart. Seba, nobody here dollar.
You say order them.
Other than that, the station money. Seba.
Remember you.
Inbox me, Seba, if you want to know who Colette talking to, or who Diamond talking to.
Yeah.
Or who you can see, inbox me, I will get you the whole program.
But I think I agree with Seba. We need to order them.
Order them for what? You get them money?
No, but Fagon, it's a fair game. We need to order them, Fagon.
That's what I'm saying. On what basis will you order them? Did you get them money?
The issue is that a lot of people sending money to this beginner. This left a lot from all over. I'm not mad. I'm happy because they are doing extremely well. I am happy. I'm not mad at all. And, you know,
but do you know that they call me more expensive than your own?
Oh yeah.
No, that violence. They don't show any violence to them.
I called Nelson. I said, Nelson, why are you with the kids? Nelson said, oh, the train at the ice cream place. And you know, I said, oh, I'm happy to hear that. And you see, but listen, somebody just sent $220 for Nelson again. No, I'm not kidding. You see, that's the reason. Oh, Echo, hold on 1 minute. Fagon, to be frank.
Don't call my name.
You're right. People, seriously?
Don't call.
We didn't send money. Hey,
the other person that don't enjoy too much because he got two different women in a going quick.
Yeah, Fagon, $220.
Yes, I see it.
They are saying that they send money to these beginners, like they send money to them.
Look at Greg.
Great on my side.
The chocolate flammer, that chocolate flammer can't get nothing because what day you want operate in the day because you gotta go and say stay in the day.
And you're right, you know that's the mistake because you see Dominic and hold on Nelson, and you come on the spoon talk. The people like you, man.
Got 3 women. He gotta go tap good net to
they met Baby, the other Baby just ain't even 1 month yet. Yeah, Choco Flammer. You get a young baby.
Somebody else pregnant for him.
Oh yeah.
But I beg already you are giving. You didn't know you had to keep some for your boys.
But they got some.
But then you really need to give it now because they got multiple.
They got some. But here's my issue here though. Congress. They just said pick another 220. Who got interest? You know, 220. You know how much is it in Liberia?
Okay.
Oh God.
What's the rate?
No, but they boys work so hard, man.
I know, but what's the rate in Liberia? What's the rate right now?
Morgan Talk Show. They bought X5 for him, man.
What? Yeah, but what's the rate?
The rate right now is 187, 185.
So $100 is 8,000.
18.
It's 18,000.
19,000, yeah, about 19,000.
19,500, 18,700, whatever.
So they got almost 50,000 just now the 220, right?
But that joke. You know what? You know what? Good Flomo face, eh?
Wow.
Good day was sort of guy in the course semester. He failed himself.
You can lie. Good ain't no play.
The teachers the teacher said, how can you best score in 90, 98, 90, 98, 96? The mental teacher tell come boy I forced to pass. I feel me. Who told the teacher to fear him? Because you know what?
But this is serious though. I'm very, very surprised that I'm happy. I'm not surprised. I want to say thank you if you're contributing to our young men and women in Liberia, thank you.
That's
They're
good,
doing
man.
extremely well. That's a good thing. You know, every day you give to them. May God bless you. They're doing extremely well. Like, you know what? I think just send me their amount, because those people who can remove them from the payroll. Madam Titi, she doesn't have.
I mean, no money is ever enough. They people are doing a good job, man. Let's face it. Anytime you're ready for these people,
I am very happy for the decision Akude took, especially at this crucial time. He has multiple sponsors from around the world. Then the teacher won't force him to pass. You know what I mean? You make it 4,000-5,000 going to school. Then your teacher tell you, you very good student, you need to pass. They may say, no, fail me. You won't fail me, you will fail me.
And he begging. But that's the kind of...
The men are calling rent from Stanton 3 times a month. 3 times a month, one rent.
The begin said it was the holiday, they were off for 5 days, just 5 days. He said, I'm paying for the 5 days that he didn't work and he didn't go to school. So I said, James, what's wrong with you? He said, CEO, the 5 days I didn't go to school, I didn't work, pay me. I thought it's true, I've been the other way around. The 5 days you didn't work, you didn't go to school, come on spoon. But James is fighting me, saying I'm paying for those 5 days. Because as long as he's in school, he should get paid. If he's not in school and he's not working, I should pay him. That's the trouble between Jim and myself today. That's the trouble. But Fagon, I don't know how you train the picking them, but to tell you the truth, they're making my money. And it's not Liberian people giving them the money from Liberia. Folks from around the world just giving this picking them money. And you know what? I'm happy for it. I hope that other people can learn and see that. It can be benefit. And, you know, Nelson going to go to the late night politics. How many folks? They get like 9 picking them, the girls down over there. Each person send Nelson $25, $50 here and there. You know, week then Nelson got almost $400.
That's good,
That's
man.
a good thing.
Yeah,
it's the level of professionalism, but it is the commitment to duty, something many Liberians are lacking. And we must be proud of ourselves. We made them watch us. You know what I mean, Congress? If we're supposed to be here, how many days do we miss? We come here, we do our job, we do the research, we present, they watch us. But more so, these guys, especially Diamond, Cole, Yekezi, Flamma, they are on the go. And they are there to bring the Liberian people the much needed information. And to commit yourself to do this thing every day, the dangers. I remember when Chokon Flamma used to follow the seditions to go on the stuff. At the same time, the seditions are threatening Spoon. And so when they see him, they will be like, that will never call your B. You will see it here. You think you will live tomorrow when they Spoon? But he still has to wake up the next morning. He will hide himself somewhere where they can't see him. The next morning, he will come up in the group and he has to report. And then imagine having to say, this is Chokon Flamma reporting for Spoon TV. You are at risk. And so when people see that kind of stuff, but the few guys, I must tell you this though, the few guys don't make a lot. The guys in studio have their small bedroom that the CEO made for them. They got everything in that bedroom. And you who in the studio, you sleep there. But then the other people are the ones using it most of the time, not the studio guys. I don't know what they use it for, I'm just saying.
But make us to all. Don't to all that one there.
Now they
No,
have
but I think people they appreciate the job these people. You know, our folks are generous. I would say if we had a good economy like most Liberians are generous. Look, for the fact that they will take their money out of nowhere, it just shows passion. I think you know, if you have a good economy like definitely some people in the press, they don't even have to do the wrong thing. Once you do the right thing, people will find something to, you know, information is there, it's important. So most people will be gracious enough to send you something.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy for them. Good job, and I'm proud of Nelson, like Diamond, how you call him, James Good, Flomo, Chokon Flamma, and you know, and the rest of the guys. I am proud of them. Those that Fagon said are in the back, the technical teams, Buffalo Lord, and the rest of them, I am proud of them. And, you know, the manager, the CEO, great men and women, young men and women, Lorena Gitto, and all of them, you know, as the appropriate time, the job must go on. And Sylvester Chittle play, and all of them, good team. And we are grateful, and Liberians are grateful for this.
And there was a lady today who said she worked with Radio Veritas. She was reporting along with Trocon from the Temple of Justice. She's a judicial reporter. I don't know her name, but she was very eloquent. This is my first time seeing her today. Nelson, you know her name?
No,
Nelson just said no. Don't explain further. That's entrapment. Just said no, Nelson. Don't explain further. But guys, thanks, man. We gotta go. Nelson got a show coming up. I want to say thanks.
You know, let me tell you one thing before you go. Fadiga wanted to go show the beginner big bluff from here. You didn't carry your Jeep. You don't carry your other car. Then you won't go bluff. After the beginner finished presenting, they come in outside with a PB American car. Then Fadiga was walking outside. It's over all the things they finished talking inside. Why you no car? Fadiga said, "Oh, but beginner, what kind of car you're using here?" They say, "Yeah, for the station, you sound to us." And when you see Fadiga, don't even bother inside the car soon this time.
Oh, but let me say this.
So, all of them get decent cars. The football team get a own boss. Before I say all the men, and when you see the car, when you see the kind of car they're driving, Fadiga went to the station because if you look at the makeup of Spoon, Fadiga is like a senior analyst. All the beginners are just presenter, junior. Fadiga got main news. See the beginner coming for in the fence with a car, then, man. Ain't no BB American Dodge and thing. They come outside and Fadiga standing to the gate. They say, "But big brother, what are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for my girl, man. Let me your car. Let her get me." I said, "But Fadiga, something wrong with you?" The car, that Spoon network car. All you should have done, tell one of the beginners, say, "Canada, let me see something." As soon as you get in the car, start the car, say, "Try to get another car." Senior staff. I'll go there, come go sit down, you collect a pie in front of me with Spoon TV car. Who are you?
So
they never standing to the gate like that. Everybody Pabahi, Damo Pabahi, Korea Pabahi, Yagasi Kim Pabahi. They laugh in the Pabahi and made vest. I was chocolate flammer, he not took chocolate shot. They just saw the staring over chocolate head and they said, "But what's this here?"
So the money that was sent, $220, it was sent by Aunt Teresa Jube. She promised to buy inauguration outfit for Nelson and Dama. So she just sent me a text. "Thank you, Aunt Teresa Jube, $220 to help get you guys your clothes and to dress you guys up for the inauguration."
I know exactly what she wanted her to wear. Green purple suit, buck for it, easy. and you know who's paying her? That is St. Dama man. He was on the show. Our
Dama says $80. He said it was $80.
He said his purple suit was $80. He made news out of it. Now you see, he got $80. You're gonna say 450 times, you'll get 900.
Dama said it on the show.
But I want to say thank you to Aunt Teresa. Thank you so much. We appreciate it a whole lot.
But you can get it here with take us sending fee, you know.
One will take us sending fee, now we. I want to bless your God to be a coming.
What God got to do with the 220?
You know, I asked the man one time, I said, "Why you always take that kind of small money?" He said, "Fagon, the kind of donation I can make, small money sweet to me. If I eat small money, I can feel too good. I can put on weight." So you see, he won't get somebody 25,000, but he must take out $20 for your money and eat it and feel good. I don't want that kind of thing to be behind me. God has blessed me, and I just want my blessing to continue. I'm not here for no one to come mess with my blessing. But man, I see y'all, man.
Want to wish Koto Jala Balahan a happy birthday. Tomorrow is her birthday, the 5th. Our sis Koto Balahan, want to wish you happy birthday.
Somebody said the man looking for Samuel to a blessing.
Who looking for Samuel to a blessing, me? Samuel to a blessing get cursed beyond it. Yeah. Fagon, thank you. Fagon, hold on though. This guy wanted to talk to you, Fagon.
Who?
Pastor Raymond. He been asking for you.
Tell him to please pray for me. I'm going through a lot right now.
I think he got a spiritual message for you, Fagon. Seriously.
Spiritual wedding?
Any man, Pastor?
I don't want Fagon to leave. I don't want Fagon to leave.
Who? Then that give me money.
Fagon.
Yeah.
Fagon.
Yes.
Using Fagon.
Yes.
This is the pastor of the Lucid or the Redeemer. How is it possible that Stanton Witherspoon has 7 cell phones? I have only 1. And then all the beginning collecting money for the suit for the inauguration, which I intend to go to. How can I raise money for my own suit for my inauguration? And how can I get 7 cell phones? Fagon, tell me.
The Bible says, the freely you give, the freely you shall receive.
Well, so what are you trying to say?
But wait,
I'm trying to say, all the beginning of freely gave their time. Stanton can tell you the only time you must give that Sunday. You need to divorce yourself from Sunday and be giving your time now, because you know what? We need you on board. Stanton is trying to shadow your blessing. You know, the Bible says, the Bible says that a cheerful giver is blessed. But as
I
you
give
can
my
see,
time every night for devotion and benediction. Stanton has 7 cell phones. I have only 1. The beginning get suit. I'm going to the inauguration. I have no suit.
And that's the message I was going to give you from the Holy Spirit just now. The Holy Spirit has led me to let you know that the one phone you have is far more powerful.
The Holy Spirit, yeah, that's Dr. Richardson.
So Fagon, the one phone I get is more powerful than Stanton with us for 7 phones.
Yes. Because those
you know, Fagon, the phone that I possess.
You know, I get each other tough, Fagon.
My minister not still already say we talk about the minister here, man. You know
who say that Fagon that minister?
Fagon's the minister of the gospel. Stop it. I ordain him. Now, Fagon, you know the phone that I possess, they don't even make it anymore. It expired all 8 years ago, but I still get it.
Let me say this to you. The last shall be the first, and the first shall be the last. All the phone you see Stanton God, I will pray that somebody will bless you in the coming 30 days with a brand new phone. But it will not be the phone that Stanton got, because those phones are possessed.
And they are compromised.
They are all compromised with evil things befitting them. Some of them got the pictures of dead people who were murdered. Some of them got the picture of some gruesome beating. You don't need those kind of phones. God will give you a phone that you will be happy about. Watch what I tell you.
Because Fagon, the phone I have, the people there, the company that made my phone, they decided not to make phone anymore. They're making S-Bar and Freezer. They don't make phone anymore.
Well, it sounds to me like you need holy bath. It sounds.
But the way they buy a coastal for the inauguration, I want my own coastal. I want fundraiser for my coastal.
Well, let me tell you. You say you want fundraiser?
No, I want fundraiser. I take it, but I want fundraiser. I just want happy hand.
You don't even want happy hand. What you need to do is to collect offering.
I mean, I get budget, man. My church get budget. We don't the offering is for budget.
But then you see, man of God, the Bible says that, and I'm going to give you scriptures. Seek and you will find. Ask and it shall be given. Knock and the door shall be open unto you. The one phone you got, all you got to do is seek the face of God, knock on the doors of this network, and ask for a phone. You must believe in what the word says.
But Fagon, so let's do this now. Let me come in. I'm begging you. They met church.
No. If you're coming in, you got to come in with one phone. We are now trying to get a phone for the man of God.
I'm asking right now.
You cannot get a phone. You cannot get a phone on this network. I want you to understand this, Fagon. No, there's a pastor that has a church membership of almost 1,005.
What has that got to do with us?
There's a pastor that can collect offering and tithe accordingly. Yeah. If this pastor stand in front of church people and say the pastor need a new phone, he will get over 100.
The pastor know the difference between the church people and Spoon Network.
This show is not to collect cell phone. It's not to collect cell phone for. It's not to collect cell phone for Pastor Raymond.
If this show is not to collect cell phone, what are you doing with 7?
Why you get whole 7? I get only 1. Why you might have 7?
Not only does he have 7, he got cell phone for Monday, cell phone for Tuesday, cell phone for Wednesday, cell phone for Thursday.
But now he's saying that those are the 7 days. That's the 7 days. You just said it.
Well, I only have 1 for 1 day. So which day should I use my cell phone?
Because you're a pastor of a church, you need only 1 cell phone for.
But then, so which day should I use my cell phone? You get 7.
Pastor Raymond, let me on Sunday to pray. And your cell phone you own right now.
I'm gonna use my cell phone to pray then. No problem.
And your cell phone you own right now.
Right, the one cell phone I set it in my car in my driveway in front of my house.
Okay, from now on. Only Sunday you must come on to pray. That Sunday cell phone there. If he gave you
every time he calls me, I will ignore his phone call.
Yes. Because when you see it like that, the devil is using him. Remember, the devil came to steal, to kill, and to destroy. So in this case, you don't want to kill me. You don't want to steal yourself.
If you don't come to Redeemer this year to preach,
no, you don't want family to come in your church, so don't do that, man. Pastor Roman, your church is not a play church, man. Don't do that, please.
It's
no, yeah, your church gets some serious family.
You know, Stanton, Jesus Christ came not into the world to condemn the world, but that the world
through him they might be saved. Exactly. But this is the condemnation. No, but this is the condemnation. This is the condemnation. Okay? Understand this. This is, you got to read the entire John 3:16, 17, 18, and 19. Don't stop the condemnation.
What is the condemnation? Fagon. It's not what else I'm calling you a play, man.
But the man is not pastor. When you gonna sit there and call Fagon to the church and people take their time, wake up in the morning to go to? Fagon not pastor.
Okay. Fagon will be a guest preacher.
You cannot make him a guest preacher. It is wrong.
You know,
this is God business we're talking about. Don't bring a lecturer to be a pastor. You can't do that, Pastor Raymond.
Jesus Christ gave us the Great Commission. He said, "Go ye therefore throughout the world and preach my gospel." Stanton won't tell us that Jesus Christ said who could go preach?
Respond now, Stanton, respond.
Pastor Raymond Collison, you have some good family going to your church. They want to listen to the good words of God. They want to listen to some good singing. They want to be blessed, and they want to be blessed. You cannot invite Fagon, who is not a pastor. You cannot invite Fagon, who does not know about the Bible, the testimony about John 3:16. You cannot invite a Fagon who was fired by George Manawea to come and lecture the people. Lecture. I will ask you the day you announce that Fagon coming to your church, will come on spoon for 1 week. Nobody should go to church that Sunday. It will be you. It will be you and your family.
Fagon, please respond to that. This is a man that has 7 cell phones and I have 1.
Yes. Jesus Christ in the book of Luke 19.
Look at he reading the Bible. He reading the Bible.
Yeah, but the Bible will not open. You got to know scriptures to be able to open the Bible where it should be open.
He reading the Bible. Go ahead.
And Jesus Christ was clear. Stanton, if men like you will refuse to praise him, he said, "Let me tell you," replied Jesus, "if they stay silent, the stones will be shouting out."
How can you allow the man that how can you allow the man? How can you allow the man? Hey, Pastor, remember, wait, this man that's sleeping, even in the chair, to go to your church. Look at him. Look at him. You cannot do this.
You see a man meditating and praying. People in Nigeria gained independence in 1961. 1960.
On a quick get to.
But yeah, but since 1847, the total number of paved road, Kota Road,
the men that are propagating for Jowea. Tell in the library people that Jowea be Kota Road, Jowea be Fue.
At least
that man will go there.
For George we are. But here is the man that said Jowea that he cousin. He went to visit his cousin. Here his cousin ate salad together. Here his cousin spent 5 hours in the hotel. They went down to the other. I never had that privilege.
Where were you when they ate Jolly Rest to under they say what that hotel name under Royal Blue? What is it, Royal what?
Royal Hotel with salad.
Were you there that day?
No. They ever to carry me? I was there. They're the same man I went to sing, find a friend like me. Find a friend like me.
How can you tell me who all were there that day? Because you were not there. Who all were there, according to your sources?
Hey, brother Ben Sanvi. Hey, teacher Dr. Peabody. Hey, first cousin Tomali Josh. And his son, Kev Hassan. 4 of them. And then he was singing, find a friend like me. And then he's telling the people to find a friend like him. They using, they ate all his money. Now they say they won't continue to be a friend. He said no. You get the people salad. Don't talk. You get the people salad. You put the people in the hotel. You get them $2,000 each. You buy the plane ticket. You did everything. They put in for the radio station. They sing Spoon Network. Then you said no. Why you said no? Can't turn and say you may.
Well, Fagan, where were you all this time? Where were you all this time?
My brother, the same people told me that I should not be on a network. It was the Brother Stanton network. I was only forcing myself. In fact, I was not his friend. The Holy Spirit said, go and sit down. And he proved it to me.
Are you offended by these things? Are you offended?
Why should I be offended? Why should Nelson not even play the video for the man dancing? Find a friend like me. He found a friend like me. Why would spend my money?
Can you play that video, please?
I'm searching it. It's not in the library now. So,
so Nelson, you get reception in your library already in there. You not get paid money.
The hard drive.
Your 220 will go right now. Space the book keep on.
If I want to send that money for my cell phone.
Yeah.
That's it. We'll fire you tonight. So you can't find the video.
Find a friend like me.
I'll find a video.
Find a friend like me. I will spend money.
They'll say you have 2.5 to find that video. Will be no midnight show tonight.
Then I'll find the video, Pastor. The people saying rent a car for them also. Y'all bring it up. Rent a car for them also. I say everything. In fact, Kev said he was afraid that they were going to kill him. So I dare you, I dare you, the door to say that lie. He hired 2 AB Chroma securities to be personal.
You lying, you lying, right?
No, to God. I'm a very God-fearing person.
So you're not lying to the pastor.
AB Chroma. He took 2 bodyguards for Kev. Now Kev say he want a radio station, he want to call it baby. You know, Nelson, let me tell you something. I got mine. Between 9 and 20, I will decide what the radio station go to the garden. Now state of friend. We cannot do nothing.
Is there a plan to get the radio station away from y'all?
No, when the thing happened, you remember the man that said the man will recuse himself. And the radio station they bought them one time. The radio station.
Yeah, behold, all things have become new.
What in 2024?
Okay. The past is my heritage. The present is my responsibility. Hold on. Oh, I beg you, Pastor Roman, wait. Pastor Roman, wait 1 minute. Pastor Roman, wait 1 minute. I beg you.
I want the video to be played, please.
Pastor Roman, wait. Let me speak. I beg you. The past is my heritage. The present is the present is my responsibility. The future is my challenge. The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Okay, I am not here to discuss the past.
Please send a video.
All right, I am not here to discuss the past.
Father, let me say this to you. Because Satan doesn't listen. Maybe Nelson will listen. He needs snack money. That he need $220. I'm taking it for myself. Minister Father, I will say this to you, and I want you to listen. I want people to listen. The songwriter says, we trials and temptation.
Is there
trouble anywhere?
We
should never
discouraged. Take it to the Lord in prayer. I want you to listen. I want you to listen to this now. This is for you personally, for me to you. And we find a friend so faithful.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Amen. Who will all our sorrow share?
Yep.
Jesus knows our every weakness.
Oh, yes.
Take it to the Lord in prayer. Papa, what does that mean to you when you hear that?
It means exactly.
Can
we find a friend so faithful?
Somebody said they thought I went to bed.
Jesus knows every weakness. Take it to the Lord in prayer.
Don't forget what a friend we have in Jesus.
Yes.
All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. And they say, oh, peace we often forfeit. Oh, needless pain we bear.
All because
we do not carry
everything to God in prayer. But let's do this. No. Pastor Raymond, wait. Let me go ahead and just sing this line because it's so unique. Thank you for coming by, Conor Gray. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Pastor Roman, I beg you. Pastor Roman, I beg you, wait 1 minute. We trials and temptation.
Yes.
Is the trouble anyway?
Yes.
We should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Can we find a friend so faithful?
That's me.
Well, our sorrow share.
That me and Dr. Francine.
Jesus knows our every weakness.
He knew your weakness. Your friends didn't let you.
It to the Lord. But let me do this one more time for the sake of our audience. Can we find our friends so faithful?
That me and Dr. Francine. That me and Dr. Francine.
Jesus knows our every weakness. Just do what? Take it to the Lord.
Corner, Center, let me guys see if you already knew how to go to church. If you already went to church, I can't go your.
Remember, we gotta go by. Just get humble.
And they put on send a video.
I see it.
Well, Nelson.
No, I got some technical issues with my WhatsApp and my Messenger. They are crashed.
Let me see if I hope I don't embarrass you right now and make you shame. Because I can't do something. Hopefully, because you minister and got to preach. If you know the way this song can go, listen. We trials and temptations is the trouble anywhere. Listen to what we know his song there. We should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Can we find? Can we find a friend so faithful who will sorrow share?
Amen.
Jesus knows every weakness. That's
glory to God.
Take it to the Lord. Thank you, Pastor Raymond, and want to say thank you.
No. We're going to play your friend a video.
Nelson, play before Pastor Raymond do the benediction. What a friend we have in Jesus. Jesus is our only friend.
Yes.
Your father, your mother might forsake you, but God will remain with you. All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer.
Yes, Lord.
Oh, what a peace we often forfeit. Oh, what a needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer. We want to say, may God bless you. May God keep you.
No. Hold on, brother. Nelson, bring in that video, brother. Bring in that video.
You don't say that. That's what I say. That's not what you say. You're not pastor. You're not ordained. You don't have to be ordained, man. You're not ordained. You don't want to use it to preach because you're not ordained, but you want to give
Rashad Elvina Walker send me the video. Rashad Elvina Walker send me the video, and I have the video.
Rashad can't even let him go.
So who's supposed to ordain him, man?
Can you share with me, Minister Fagan?
You get problem.
I'm gonna put it in the room. Put it in the discussion room. She was in the car too long. But remember, the web business, you can stay in the car till 11 o'clock and today she'll get well with you. So I got one sing another song with you, man.
Anytime.
Okay, let me try you another song for Amazing Grace.
Oh Lord. Start a song. I'm singing the video.
Thou sound. Thou sing your word like me. I was lost. But now I'm found.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get a benediction before we leave. Everybody want to leave, Pastor Raymond. Give the benediction. Let me get a benediction, but was blind, but now I see. To all of you, all the spoon panelists and their families, to all the spoon technicians and their families, to all of you who are working in Liberia, even Nelson that has his 220. Stand unto you. To all Liberians who are listening, I say this to you, not by my authority, but by God's authority through Jesus Christ. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you. May the Lord look upon you with favor. May the Lord give you peace. The peace that surpasses all understanding. through Christ Jesus our Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. 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 Somebody help me sing it. Amen. 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 Happy New Year to
Let
all
the
of you.
church say amen. Let the church say amen. God has spoken. So let the church say amen. The Lord has spoken, and let the church say amen. We are waiting for Fagon video. It can't come up. I don't know what happened. Fagon, when I hear you, you're muted.
That your teacher enjoying your great teacher.
Oh, my great teacher.
Now your great teacher enjoying. He went up. He won one of the beginning teacher when they muscle show. You were training before he went up, bro.
He went to the gym. He went to the gym. I went to the gym with him. He went to the gym.
Oh, really?
Let the church say amen.
I said, and how you call it? People are in the video taking the man picture.
Let the church. You know that song is a copyright song, right? You gotta play it briefly though.
Yeah, you can
look
play
at
copyright.
that
copyright song.
But we just said what a fine AG, so that copyright.
Hello?
I said, look at that,
So you okay now, Fago? You okay now?
All right. I never did a short I said, man, where you? They made for dry. Can we go look at that video? Good. They made for dry.
But you know what, folks? At the end of the day, Fago can say what you want to say.
In that video.
Yeah, I am. I'm in the video. I was gonna tell you
red dress.
Yeah.
Is he a red dress?
Wait, is she in the video?
They call her Lady Red. Lady Red.
Yeah, red there.
She in red dress.
Papa, I was gonna tell you one day, maybe after this month, because it's a big thing that's coming up this month, we have to tell our story.
Yes.
On this network again, I have to tell our story.
Yes.
Oh yeah? Yeah.
You can interview Papa.
But Dr. Francis, can you just start in the beginning small? Just give only 2 minutes on it. How about your story?
I can hear my grandson. What you say?
Can you just give only 27 seconds of your story? You have to explain
Yes. You gotta be in suspense. Yeah. The guy was singing some friendship then wow. And yeah, my man who let out like got plenty of sense. He in front of the man and dancing.
Let's talk to you, Fagon. Let's ask Dr. Francis, can she just give only 37 seconds of her introductory statement of her story?
I'm the only person that I didn't do a TV network, you know.
The man that post Stanton in front. They post Stanton in front. They say some friendship then
Dr. Francis says she has a story to tell. Can she just give only 37 seconds of introductory remarks?
I thought you know, gotta wait some technicality involved in this whole story.
But let me say this, Fagon.
But Nelson, no wait before
you know why I was in trouble.
Nelson, why you didn't tell your boss man? Say he from America. Why you didn't tell your boss man? Say, Papa, the thing the man is singing, they say some French them that oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. Oh. It means you own your own. Why
I understood the son. I understood the son. But let me tell you something. I was in short pants because the luggages never came. That's why I didn't attend. That's why I didn't attend the program.
So then, what can I call your way, like, bro?
So it took 2 days. It took 2 days before our luggages came. That's the you know, the overnight bag that I was carrying.
So they want the water side.
I didn't get
mine. The register never even got her luggage. She and her husband never got the luggages. Not at all. My own came, thank God, but it came 2 days late. We're about to leave when it came. So I couldn't attend the bus.
Until now, you didn't get your luggages?
No.
We never got
it.
They
pay you for it?
They did, but not equivalent to how much was in the luggage.
Father, when you and myself travel to Liberia for the inauguration, we will make sure our luggages go ahead of us.
Oh, no, like the last thing they want to see that airline know about me. They know about me at this reason before the king had to intervene.
But which airline you are talking about? My own airline. I think people don't let my own airline.
And no, me, I can't get my airline in before the poor blast the plane.
Well, my own airline, I get it. They say they can't blast it. No way.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it was just crazy, man. I said we never had clothes. We went looking for clothes.
I see why the t-shirt looking all dollar up and
no, that t-shirt, that t-shirt, my t-shirt, bro.
And now your t-shirt, man, stand up. Look at you, hold your hand.
Before we left, they advised us to take some of the clothes into the overnight because somebody said, listen, just in case if you lose everything, and that's what happened. And I'm telling you, thank God for Miguel. He sent some proper suit. It was looking like Johnny just come. We had to alter them. It was crazy. We never had clothes. Yeah.
So how y'all was eating? Who fed y'all?
Remember, we said we never had clothes.
Your pie.
Who fed them? Who fed them?
George, we are the man on the show. He said, George, we are bought in salad, food to Royal Hotel, t-shirt, the food and all, and give it to them. 5 hours they were with it. Go home, man. I'm tired.
Who tell you said, Joe, we are paid for the food?
You said yes. Joe, we are paid for it. You, Joe, we are cousin.
No, we pay for it. Joe,
what time you and Joe, we are from, say, Fidockley?
Joe, we are from different places. I'm from different places. I'm from Lexington.
No. You and Joe, we are cool, man. Your cousin, man.
It doesn't work like that.
How you bother in the restaurant? How you bother there?
What do you mean how we bother there? The man came to visit us.
Don't say us, say me. But I said the poor close, you said what? The poor
was.
But you know what's that?
We were close.
The same way he can talk loose layer, he go say Joya weapon table to the club and play his color. That story, that fresh and I said, Stanton, you know what he said tonight? He said, yeah, I know.
After the program, the person everybody should leave, Joe. I don't want to leave.
So that means you're in a nice or say jolly rest with salmon.
Bah, leave people alone, man, with the jolly with salmon and fried chicken.
Do you have orange juice?
Not orange juice they were drinking.
I drank water.
For the first time, man.
XO.
That's why I want to tell you, Hennessy XO. That's why they get Stanton.
No, I know what drink Hennessy. I know what drink Hennessy. You know I don't drink.
One of them, I will not call the person name. One of them drowned that the people on that set are gone.
You know what, Bag?
I'm going to lie. The guy in people, they got threw out. He didn't pee.
I gotta go.
I'm going to bag out.
I'm going to spoil the letter. We're just having fun. I'm going to spoil the letter.
Pastor Rima, thank you very much for joining us, man.
Thank you all of you, Dr. President Cornell, UJ Paco, all of y'all. Thank you. I gotta go.
All right. If I'm going to get in trouble, nobody pee on themselves.
If I don't, he ended the whole show of violence. He concluded everything he said you were going. I know how he came back.
Then he came back with that tabata about the program, but it was a good time. I want to say thanks to everybody. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
When you started your show?
So we'll start 1:30. So it's like 5 minutes from now.
Correct. Call me now. So end the show and let's just talk real quick.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Darcy.
Okay. Well, folks, that's how we like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the Late Night Show. Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you out there for following. As you know, Spoon Talk is where you get authentic information about all of the major happenings in Liberia. Thanks to those of you following via the radio. We've been coming to you live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and Super 95.5 FM. That's for the Spoon Network and other radio stations. Thanks to Punch FM, that's always relaying this program. Premium FM in Bon County, Trust FM in Bomi County, Gibi FM in Kakata Margibi, and a host of other radio stations that are always relaying the Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who have been following, however way you've been following, we appreciate you. And yes, you can find us on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. Kindly go there, subscribe, and just make sure that you follow all of our programs here. We're also coming live to you every time on Fabric TV, Spoon TV, and Super TV. That's for Facebook. And so thanks to all of you for following there. In case you have an event coming up, you have your business, you want to advertise, you have your birthday coming up, and you have some very important events, whether for you or someone so dear to you, you want to send out some birthday greetings, anniversary, or what have you, you can reach out to the Spoon Network, and we are open to do just that for you. All right, so thanks a lot. My name is Nelson Colette. Till we come your way again, have yourselves a good night. The Spoon Talk is done now. Shortly, we'll be coming back with the Late Night Show. The Late Night Politics on Spoon will be starting up very shortly. Until then, bye-bye for now.
You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon